Okay, hey guys. Third live, three times the charm. Yeah. So anyway, so yeah, so this one we're gonna talk about well, Summer Wells, Sebastian Rogers, Madeline Soto, and we'll get, of course, talk about the Rachel Morin case on this live as well. Um, so just quickly, I see Ben. You're saying Sharon. Did you see the jail? Did you see JLR in Pasco, Florida? Yes, Ben. Oh, it's near you. Okay, we'll have to watch it. Now, I thought you said, let's see here. Well, yes, I can blame Adam. It's obviously Adam's fault while I was running a couple minutes late on there. Actually, I was just searching for something, to be honest with you. Then I looked up and then I was like, oh, 3 minutes. You guys can handle 3 minutes. Um, anyway, so welcome to this live, you guys. So the first clip I have up here is going to be with Summer Wells. The question on this poll was, which case out of these four do you follow the most? And really, so I'm amazed that 0% so far has said Summer Wells. 67 Sebastian Rogers, 25 Madeline Soto so far, 8% Rachel Morin's case, and Summer Wells. I mean, I can't believe that it's 3 years today since she went missing. I know I look tired. Thank you, Sharon. No, Sharon, I'm not tired. I just threw my hair up, don't have any makeup on or anything. And so, yeah, I just look scruffy. Okay. I can deal with scruffy. Am I tired? No, not really tired on there. Well, maybe my ass is tired from sitting here for the third live today now. Maybe that's getting a little bit tired, but no. So I figured with summer, we'll just watch this clip here, get some sun. No, I've had sun. I was out there yesterday for a few minutes on there. Usually I see the sun from the window. It's actually mostly cloud. It was pouring rain. Now it's cloudy, cast, but a little bit of sunshine peeping through on there. I hate it. Don't you hate it when you get to the Saturday and it's like, what happened to all the nice weather that I was looking out the window, like the other days? Where was that? But anyways, so I'm just gonna play this clip for the Summer Wells one, and then, like I said, I mean, there's nothing to update, but I haven't listened to this myself. I just saw it, thought I'd play it. So let's listen to this for a sec. Josh.
We don't have the evidence in this case to know for sure whether or not Summer was abducted or whether or not she walked away from her home and became lost. It's really important to us to not focus all of our efforts on just one of those two. We think that the only way we'll be successful in finding Summer is to continue to walk down both of those investigative paths to ensure that we don't become focused on one area alone and miss something that's crucially important. I would say this case has not gone cold. A cold case is typically framed up as a case where there are no tips or leads that are coming in and there are no investigative efforts that are happening because there is no place to travel with the investigation. I would say in this case, thanks to the public, we've continued to have tips and leads that have come in that agents have been able to follow up on continuously. And the agents have worked tirelessly when tips and leads weren't coming in to try to find ways to investigate when typically people would lay down their effort. It has been a great partnership between the community and law enforcement to not let this case sit and go sterile. We continue to focus on ground search efforts. We continue to focus on interviews of those who may have information about vehicles that have traveled through the area or technology that could have been used that may give us an investigative lead. Um, all stones are being turned over. There's not one thing that's being done. We've been extremely creative as we've investigated this case and continue to try to find ways to turn over rocks that we didn't even know that were there to turn over. Children are our top priority at TBI. They are the most vulnerable population that we have. They're our most precious things in our world. TBI has always placed an emphasis on missing children, and we've done that through multiple programs that are established here. We look for children when most people aren't. And in this case, is one that we've just not been able to overcome, and it's troubling. Many people have speculated what they think has happened in this case. The difficult part of the speculation is that if we as investigators speculate and focus our efforts in one direction, we're making a huge mistake. We have to make sure that we're being completely comprehensive as we investigate, and being focused in one direction is a tragedy for an investigation. So until we find evidence that points us in a direction that we know is the right direction, we'll continue to be comprehensive. We'll continue to explore every option that can be out there, and we would continue to ask for the public's help in doing so. Typically, we have a couple of agents assigned to an investigation, and that's been enough. We've had over 6,500 leads, tips and leads come in on this case. Those have all been reviewed. They've been worked. We continue to get those. And it is a monstrous task, but it's one that's not overwhelmed us. We have been strategic in the way that we've handled this investigation. We have some of our most talented agents assigned to this case, some of our most talented intelligence analysts from the Bureau assigned to this case. We have brought in subject matter experts within TBI from across the state to assist in this investigation. We have thrown everything that we know to throw at this case, and we haven't had the answers that we need to get. We know we'll get them, but we don't have them today. When I see the picture of Summer Wells, I see my daughter. And I can tell you that if my daughter was missing, I would sure hope that somebody was looking for her every day. And it brings me concern and satisfaction, really, the concern that we don't have the answers, the satisfaction of knowing that we have the best agents at TBI that are working on this case in connection with other local law enforcement and federal agencies who are doing their best. And if my daughter was missing, all of the people that are working on this case are the people who I would choose to work on a case if my daughter was missing.
Okay, so obviously that was Summer Wells for the Summer Wells case that they were speaking about there. He was speaking about there. Now, again, I followed this case originally when it was happening. I don't really am not up to date too much on. Well, I know that she hasn't been ever found. Whether she's alive, whether she's not alive. The difference here with Summer Wells is you have, like this gentleman says, like you got these amazing people working that have worked this case, right? Some of those top people in the world that, or I should say in the United States, FBI and all that working on this case. And yet you have all of that. And then you have, I'll probably say like these parents that are like hillbillies. And you would think perhaps that, these FBI agents and that would be able to find, Summer Wells. Like that's what always stumps me, right? Is that you have all these great people working so hard, and there's so many things that they would have looked at, been through, gone through, and yet it's like a child just disappears, like Sebastian Rogers, Now, Rachel Morin's case, to me, that one I always felt was very hopeful because you have DNA, and it's just a matter of that person slipping up or using familial DNA. And then, I felt like Rachel Morin's case was just a matter of time because there was enough there that they would be, like they had DNA. With Summer Wells' case, it's a case that you almost feel, and sometimes, and don't give up hope either, because we look at Karina McClurkin's case, which was 6 years, and then Flint, what's his name? Flint Farmer, is in jail for, the suspect for her murder. And that's 6 years. Summer Wells is at 3 years. Do I feel like there will be a resolution with Summer Wells? They use dogs. Yeah, they use dogs. Um, with Summer Wells, eventually, perhaps. But I can't say I honestly feel one way or the other, because I just, when I think about her case, it's like I hope at some point it does open up and they find it. That's what I mean. You have like these amazing people that work, right? These agents, and everything that they've been doing, and yet they can't find what happened to Summer Wells. So, Miss Dog Lover, Rachel Morin's murder, the one that killed her, was arrested last night. I did a live. Well, I've done this is my third live today. So if you didn't know, Rachel Morin's. So I'm saying that for anyone that doesn't, let me just pull up the picture of. His name is Victor. What is it? Victor Menendez Hernandez. No, Martinez. Victor Martinez Hernandez. And Miss Dog Lover, she's you're getting close to 2 years, Miss Dog Lover. There, thank you. Okay, so this is Victor Martinez Hernandez. He's a illegal alien from, of course, El Salvador. There, he's 23 years old. The FBI agents had gone to El Salvador. He was wanted there. He murdered somebody there, fled the country. Then he came back. Then he went to the USA. He went to LA, where that's where the attack was on the 9-year-olds and the mother. And then he, of course, took Rachel Morin's life, killed her on August 5th last year, 2023. And then they found him in, he was arrested in Tulsa, Oklahoma. He was down in the Virginia area, and he was caught for trespassing. So they had his name. So when he was arrested, obviously they had his name. So he was in the database. And yeah, and thank you for that, Miss Dog Lover. Yeah, I will watch. Yeah. There was a press conference. Yeah, go back and watch the press conference there. But not drunk. Right, Sharon? I'm tired, but I'm not drunk. Yeah, so I logged in today, because I besides using my computer for work or whatever, I had logged in, and then all of a sudden I went to go, do my first live I was going to do, which ended up being my second live. And it's because I saw it said Rachel. I saw some YouTubers, some creators saying Rachel Morin's murder suspect arrested. And I'm like, wait, what? So that was a sad, happy, thing to see, because obviously I was, I've been thinking about Rachel's case again and going, oh, geez, I just really wish that they would find that person, knowing that they would, but just when, before he strikes again. So who knows who else could have been a victim of Victor, this guy right here. Doesn't he look like a small little dweeby thing? Like, he really looks like, unless this picture is deceiving me, he sure looked a lot bigger, definitely, in the door, when he was coming out the back of the door. I don't know why, but what was he, Ben, 5'8" or something like that? Just a small sucker, but yet illegal. Took the life of somebody, and like Daniel Cavalcante, same thing. Murdered someone, fled the country, goes to the US, does it again, you know, very sad, but it's so, yeah. Uh, yeah, we're today's Sebastian, Summer Wells, Madeline Soto, and Rachel Morin on there today. On there, yeah. Yeah, it is good news because, like I said, I mean, I wasn't expecting to see that, but I'm so glad, of course, for the family that now they can at least move on. Like, I'm never grateful for the fact that a family was affected or impacted in such a horrific way, but I'm grateful that the family can move on. Now, are you going to start meowing while I'm doing my live? Is that what you're going to do? Yeah, you're going to wake up? Hey, Bambi? Bambi girls, she always wants to start meowing. Dear, dear. Yeah, you just stay down there. Yeah, I'll let you out in a minute. 5'8". That's it. 160 pounds. Thanks, Ben. Um. So, anyways, it's such a tragedy for the family, that this happened, and it's such a small consolation. But at least they know and have him in custody now, and know that this was the person that took Rachel Morin's life. She had, I believe it was 4 children. It's 4 or 5, but I want to say 4. And that split up the homes of the children because there was different dads involved there, and it's just a tragedy all the way around, especially when you realize that it's an illegal immigrant. Okay, well, I gotta go let this. Um, this is the only picture that I've seen so far, Ben. This is the only picture that I keep seeing pop up here. Was this one? Besides, maybe in that conference when they said, if people wanted the picture on there. Um, Yeah, I'd have to take a look on Twitter, but this is the one that I keep seeing right now is this one. Anyway, let me go let the cat out before she starts meowing more. Oops, I guess I was muted. My bad. My bad. Sorry, thought I unclicked it. So, anyways, yeah, so it was Alexa that said that, Ben. I thought it was somebody else. I remember seeing the comment um, about the 4 names, but I can't remember who that was. If it was Alexa, then yeah. Victor Antonio Martinez Hernandez, 23 on there. But anyways, so well, first of all, let's just say prayers to Summer Wells. It's the 3 years since she went missing, and so hopefully at some point here we can have some closure to that case. That one is one of those cases that I think is going to take quite a while before it is solved, but I really hope it does get solved. That's like for any parent out there, that's the biggest thing to me is losing a child or a loved one and not having any idea if they're alive, if they're dead, what happened to them, where are they, and no closure for family. Like, just that's the most inconceivable pain on somebody's heart. That would be like the worst pain I could think of, to be honest with you, because that is not only did this person die, they have no idea where, or in her case, we don't know, but just meaning to not know where a loved one is. I try to think about if something like that happened to somebody in mine. I just can't. I couldn't even comprehend that type of pain on there. Um, so yeah. So again, there's. Let me just see here. Hold on. Um, let me just see if it's still up. If it's up, um, maybe we'll play just a little bit of it. Not the end questions, but just the conference part because that wasn't too long. So for anyone that hasn't seen it, let's just go back to this. Okay, let's watch some of this. Okay, guys, for the people that haven't heard, like Miss Dog Lover. Okay, so let's get to the
impact to our local.
Billy concludes her remarks. Patty Morin, Rachel's mom, will offer a few remarks as well. She will not be taking questions today. We know that you have many questions for all of us. Please keep in mind that we will try to answer as many as we can, but this investigation is still ongoing, and there are some details we cannot discuss at this time. Again, thank you for joining us, taking your time and dedication to telling Rachel's story. And with that, Sheriff Gaylor.
Thanks, Christy. Good afternoon, everybody. As Christy said, I'm Harford County Sheriff Jeff Gaylor. As everyone's aware, on August 6, 2023, our peaceful Harford County community was rocked when the body of Rachel Morin was discovered in an area just about a mile from here, just off the Ma and Pa hiking trail.
Okay, I was right. It was August
just outside the town of Bel Air. In addition to the impact to our local Harford County community, Rachel's murder gained national and even international attention. The young mother of 5, whose life was violently taken in a public location, is one of the safest places in the state. It's not supposed to happen, and it shouldn't have happened. In the days and months since Rachel was murdered, Rachel's family and friends, our Harford County community, and the men and women of the Harford County Sheriff's Office, along with all of our allied partners, have worked tirelessly to bring the individual responsible for her death to justice. Our deputies and our partners have worked this case with persistence and passion for Rachel and for her family every day over the past 10 months. Just over 3 weeks ago, on May 20th, on what should have been Rachel's 38th birthday, and in a poetic coincidence, or perhaps in Rachel's own divine assistance, our investigators uncovered a lead that led us to this day. And on this day, I'm here to tell you Rachel's murderer is no longer a free man. Hopefully, he will never have the opportunity to walk free again. The lead we received was related to DNA evidence and allowed investigators to finally put a name to the image of the suspect in the video from Los Angeles, which we released 2 weeks after Rachel's death. After we had the video, we knew what he looked like. We knew what he looked like, but we didn't know who he was. With the new DNA evidence, now we know who he is, but we still didn't know where he was. As I have stated many times, this killer could have been laying his head in any community in the country or even in the world, and indeed, that was completely accurate. Over the past 2 weeks, investigators continued their diligent investigation and tracked our suspect all the way from Prince George's County to Tulsa, Oklahoma. Our investigators also obtained an arrest warrant yesterday afternoon, and as the arrest warrant was being issued, we met with Rachel's family, many of whom are with us today, to update them on the case and asked of them an almost impossible request, and that was to keep the information about the identity and the arrest warrant to themselves and protected to allow investigators the opportunity to try to apprehend this suspect before it was made public in the news, so that our suspect did not have the opportunity to learn that he was wanted and to once again flee. 5 hours after meeting with the family and just before midnight our time, police in Tulsa, Oklahoma assisted by our federal partners, located and arrested Rachel's murderer, Victor Antonio Martinez Hernandez. So far, we have learned that the suspect, now pictured on the screens, is a 23-year-old citizen of El Salvador who illegally crossed the border into the United States in February of 2023. We all suspected that perhaps Rachel was not his first victim, and it's my understanding that this suspect, this monster, fled to the United States illegally after committing the brutal murder of a young woman in El Salvador a month early in January of 2023. Once in our country, and likely emboldened by his anonymity, he brutally attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother during a home invasion in March of 2023 in Los Angeles. And as everyone, I believe, is aware, that was our first DNA match linking Rachel's case to the Los Angeles case. It has been a fear of mine that once we identified this suspect, the result would be exactly this. And I want to now direct these comments to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue and to every member in both chambers of Congress. We are 1,800 miles away here in Harford County. We are 1,800 miles away from the southern border, and the American citizens are not safe because of failed immigration policies. This is the second time in just 2 years that an innocent Harford County woman has lost her life to a criminal in our country illegally. Let me repeat that. 1,800 miles from the southern border, and this is the second woman in our county to be killed by an illegal alien. Suspects, in both cases, they are suspects from El Salvador with ties to criminal gangs. Should not be happening. Victor Hernandez did not come here to make a better life for himself or for his family. He came here to escape the crime he committed in El Salvador. He came here and murdered Rachel, and God willing, no one else. But that should have never been allowed to happen. Moving on, I want to make it clear that this case does not get solved, and we do not bring this criminal to justice without the amazing law enforcement teamwork from our local, state, and federal partners. And I mean that in all sincerity. Rachel's homicide does not get solved. There is no arrest without all of us working together. And for that, I want to thank everyone here in the front of the room and all those who aren't here, but I'm going to cover a list in a minute. I want to thank all of them for their assistance to our agency over the past 10 months. We are profoundly grateful for your dedication and support. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, especially the Baltimore Field Office, rendered invaluable assistance throughout the course of the investigation. Similarly, the State Police, Maryland State Police Crime Laboratory contributed greatly with their expertise and resources. I must also say thank you to the Los Angeles Police Department, Department of Homeland Security, Naval Criminal Investigative Services, the Maryland State Police Bel Air Barrack, the U.S. Marshal Service Fugitive Task Force, the Harford County State's Attorney's Office, the Maryland Department of Natural Resources Police, the Bel Air Police Department, Maryland Coordination and Analysis Center, the Baltimore Washington HIDA, the Tulsa, Oklahoma Police Department, El Salvadorian authorities, and the many law enforcement agencies, both state and local, who provided invaluable assistance to the Harford County Sheriff's Office during this investigation. As I think is evident, this was truly a comprehensive law enforcement effort, and I am exceptionally proud of the work done by the collective team and countless others who made last night's arrest in Tulsa possible. I also want to thank the members of our Harford County community for their patience, support, and cooperation throughout this investigation, to include hundreds upon hundreds of tips that our investigators have received. Today, we were able to provide what some like to refer to as closure for Rachel's family and for our Harford County community. I want to thank the members of the Morin family, and you're going to hear from, as Christy said, from Patricia here in a minute, but no questions. They have been by the side of our detectives this entire time, doing anything that they could do to help the investigation and to help our detectives, to help bring this individual that took Rachel's life to justice. I recognize there is nothing that will ever close the door or bring true closure concerning the loss of Rachel, but it is my hope and the hope of all involved working this case that the arrest of this suspect brings her family and our Harford County community some peace. I would like to now ask FBI Baltimore Field Office Special Agent in Charge, William Debano, did I get it right? Debano, to offer a few remarks.
Thank you, Sheriff Gaylor. Good afternoon. My name is Bill Del Bagno. I'm the Special Agent in charge of the FBI Baltimore Field Office. Today, our focus remains on Rachel, bringing justice for her, finding answers for her family and loved ones, and making sure the violent criminal who so viciously took her life cannot harm anyone else. The FBI is proud to stand united with our partners in the Harford County Sheriff's Office as we announce this arrest. We know nothing can take away the pain and the anguish Rachel's family and friends have endured. Please know, on behalf of the FBI, our hearts are with you. To the public, keeping our community safe is one of the FBI's highest priorities, and so are the invaluable partnerships required to accomplish this. During the investigation, here's what I can share from the FBI. Our investigative genetic genealogy team in Baltimore worked countless hours to identify the suspect by using crime scene DNA and tracing that DNA to potential family members. Investigators even traveled to El Salvador as part of their efforts to identify this killer. To find the suspect, we provided technical assistance, helping to pinpoint his location. And that brings us to last night, where Tulsa police and FBI agents were able to successfully apprehend and arrest the suspect in Oklahoma. Hartford County and the investigators on this case worked every angle, tirelessly and constantly, never giving up and following every lead and piece of evidence. We thank Hartford County for their partnership and bringing us into the investigation. As Sheriff Gaylor outlined, we thank everyone who helped make this arrest possible. To all those who have been waiting for an arrest to be made, for answers, we hope this brings a sense of justice and some peace. The FBI vows to continue to work every day to keep our community safe and prioritize the partnerships so vital to doing that. Thank you. I will now turn it over to Evan Campanella, the Deputy Special Agent in Charge, HSI, Baltimore.
Thank you, Zach.
I'm going to stop that there since we already did a live on this already today earlier. So just to hear the important stuff about this. So Rachel Morin's killer has been captured. As you heard, they had gone to El Salvador, and then it seemed to be what they said was based on DNA. So they probably did familial DNA, and they knew his name. But the thing is that, like I said, so when he was trespassing and in Tulsa, Oklahoma, there, when he was trespassing, and because they had his name, they obviously knew to hold him because he was wanted for the murder of Rachel Morin. So it was just a matter of time. And again, he came into the U.S. after he took somebody else's life, fled to the U.S., went to LA. He did that attack there, but nobody, thankfully, lost their lives there. Sadly, went to that we know of. We don't know if there's any more that he's been involved with. He basically came into the U.S. In February of 2023 after going from LA that they know about to Hartford, Bel Air area. Then he went down like to Virginia. And then obviously up to Tulsa, Oklahoma, where he was captured. Again, it has, I can't help it, but it has like Daniel Cavalcante vibes. It has Lake and Riley vibes, like the whole illegal immigrants coming in, fleeing their own country, somehow managing to spend all that time in the US and, taking, sadly, people's lives of the US citizens. I find that horrific. Of course it's going to happen. There's no perfect wall to stop people from sneaking in and stuff like that. But it's really heartbreaking to know that someone that's not even from the USA, takes the life of another. I don't know. I mean, you can look at it a couple different ways, I suppose, but it's just so tragic that, like Lake and Riley, like I said, Daniel Cavalcante, um, you know, uh, Victor Antonio Martinez Hernandez, like I said, takes the life of a mother of five, and just totally ruins everybody's life. So I dropped the link here. Hello, Robin. Hello, Gia. Hello, Janine. Janine. Wait, now I'm getting confused how to say that. Janine. Janine. I'm going to say Janine on there. Throwing me off with that. Jean and then Ian. So it must be Janine. London, UK is now so dangerous because of the uncontrolled immigration. I don't feel safe here anymore. Well, that's the thing. And for anyone, again, that doesn't know, I put out a video a few months back and it was called, Don't Fuck with Trails. And the whole basis of that was because, females are typically, of course, going to be the target on trails because obviously usually the power difference, unless you're some sort of freaking ninja or, whatever, someone could easily sneak up to you on a trail that's hiding, take their life. And we know it, the Rachel Morin's case, she was basically smashed in her face with a rock, which is just horrific, left in that tunnel. And, whether he saw her prior to that and saw her pattern, because he did live in that area for quite a while, and then, saw her pattern and then ended up, kind of knowing that she maybe went out at this time. Who knows? That will, I'm sure, come out, in later information with regards to the case. Yeah. And so, anyways, so like you said, it's a sad day, but a happy day in the fact that now we don't have to worry that this guy is going to kill somebody else. That was always my biggest worry with this guy was, did he or will he take somebody else's life before he's caught? So we don't know if there is any more. But I mean, with Rachel Morin's case, he obviously left his DNA everywhere, right? So there was tons of DNA. So he's not definitely the smartest 23-year-old bulb out there. Does make you wonder. It does make you wonder, though, what triggers somebody. He did it once, he can do it again. Like 23 years old, like you said, Ben, right? He was sitting in a bar, so that must be when they're talking about the trespassing. He was sitting in a bar in East Tulsa enjoying himself, and the cops showed up to arrest him. So thankful for it, led the police to them. Well, they said something about trespassing, that there was something about trespassing, so maybe they asked him to leave, and then he refused. So that maybe was what could have happened then, if that's the case. Enjoying his drink, yeah. A lot of stabbings in broad daylight here, even on commuter trains, UK. Yeah, some people are so brazen. It's just so brazen, I mean, look at that poor guy, that actor from one of those soap operas that was killed recently. He was like, they're stealing those whatever it is. I'm not sure if it's the muffler or whatever thing. I can't think of the actual word that they're called, but anyways, how just blatantly they're just going underneath people's cars, and stealing those. and then all of a sudden, but anyways, so the actor loses his life. They thought it was a tow truck driver at first, and like, hey, like, no, we're here, like, da 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 da, and it ends up being because they were like carjacking him basically, for that. What's that thing called? Whatever that thing's called. Anyways, just really sad. Um, it's cat. Thank you. Yeah, Cadillac converters. Thank you. That's yeah. It's crazy what people do. Like to take someone's life and stuff like that. Like that's just so ridiculous. In a sense, like obviously they're not thinking, but they know they have their gun, and then they shoot someone. Like let's see here. Let's weigh the options: free life or behind bars. For life. It just, I don't know where people's brain powers are when it comes to, oh, let's just see here. I can walk around freely, go to a store. Oops, now my ass is behind bars, and I am being told when I can come out, how much free time I have. I don't understand that people are willing to risk their freedom. Um, besides the Looney Tunes that just are like lost up there totally. Yeah. Yeah. Well, he was there for a while, but mind you, but basically they're saying in 2023 is when he arrived. And then obviously he was in LA first and, transient. Yeah. Was it General? I used to watch General Hospital back in the day because my mom used to watch soap operas. So I'd have a lineup of 4 hours worth of soap operas. Yeah, exactly, Miss Dog Lover. Same with Canada, right? Don't have the guns, but you got the blades. Um, I don't know, Ben. I guess it will just really depend because, I mean, all we had was a side video of him. That's all we had was just this side video. So I don't know that I don't think that anyone would have known that, like, maybe, but I mean, he seemed like he was like just a traveling kind of person. I don't even know if he had family here or if it was just that he was, bouncing around from place to place. That's more. I don't think that I personally don't think that there's going to be any charges because, I mean, they didn't leak the name to us. So I don't know that anyone actually knew that they were aiding and abetting him, to be honest with you. We'll see, I guess. We'll see. Yeah. Okay. So going from Rachel Morin's, let's do, well, I want to watch this. I want to watch a little bit of this. We're going to talk about Sebastian Rogers. I do want to watch a little bit of Web Sleuths here because, so uh, SF Investigates. If anyone's on Twitter, a lot of you guys in true crime should know who Steve Fisher is. FS Investigates. He's a very vocal person for sure. I seen him taking the hammer down on Jennifer Coffindaffer the other day in regards to the Riley Strain case. I think he's quite abrasive with his words for sure. But anyways, for people in true crime, he's definitely a person that a lot of people follow. So I haven't even listened to any of this. Again, it's to do with the Sebastian Rogers case. Who has seen this so far? I asked my kids in class one day if they thought about consequences before they do something. There were only 4 out of 23 that said that they did. Well, that's just it, right? I think that there's just a horrific amount of number of murders that are definitely more of a spontaneous thing, and don't think about the consequences of their actions. And then, like, for instance, like we'll take Stephen Stearns, for instance, from Madeline Soto's case. Now, there's someone who probably didn't set out to murder Madeline. that particular day. There was obviously something that happened where felt like he needed to take her life, whether she was going to out him, whether something happened. Chances are, so we'll get into that one soon enough. But I want to watch a little bit of this, and I'm not sure who's watched that, but yeah, sadly, you know, either people are thinking with their wrong head, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, like I don't know. I just obviously a lot of people don't think about anything. You know, they're triggered. A lot of people are triggered by the moment, and like to me, a lot of murders happen that way. You know, somebody pissed somebody off all of a sudden. Next thing you know, a gun comes out or a knife comes out, and crazy, crazy. Yeah, thank you guys for anyone's hitting that like button. Thank you guys so much for that. Children and many adults are so impulsive today, and the ability to cope is missing. That's true. Yeah. Thank you, Ben. Gail says, I think it's possible that the trash was too heavy for him to take out the trash, much heavier than usual. Just guessing, of course. Oh, yeah, okay, on Sebastian's. Sometimes people harm others for personal revenge, personal problems, or greed. It has nothing to do with what the victim did or does. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, I mean, it would be nice somebody actually sat down before they went and took somebody's life and was like, let me just weigh like, what I don't understand, like, for me is like, there's nobody worth it. There's nobody worth it that's worth taking a life for, unless you're defending, like, unless it's like self-defense type of thing. It's like, what would ever be worth it that my ass would be behind bars, especially with okay, I can understand this more happening back in the day, when technology, and a lot of people would never have thought where DNA could go at some point, you know 20 years, 30 years from now and stuff like that, right? Those people that were committing crimes then. Wasn't like there was all these cameras around, wasn't like there's all this cellular phone and stuff around. But nowadays it just seems ridiculous, to even think, for the most part, that you're going to outsmart all the digital data, um, cameras, everything. I mean, Stephen Stearns is a clear example of an idiot that is trying to cover his tracks, but doesn't have no idea his cracks. Um, because it's not like he probably murdered before, and obviously the trueness of where he was, the cameras and digital data are all gonna, of course, backfire on any defense that he has, because it's just not true, right? I don't think that Jennifer Soto, um, I don't know that she'll ever get charged. Um, I can't help it with Jennifer Soto. I know we'll get into the case, but if you want to talk about someone that comes across as dumb as a door, I would have to say she epitomizes that every time she looks. It just looks like she is like such a dimwit, like so naive. Like she almost comes off like she's childlike. It's when I she just really comes off just, dumb as a doorbell. I know. So, like, say for instance, like Summer Wells. Okay, lives in Hickville there. Okay, not very many cameras around. There is some. Like, she lives in Booneyland over there, really. So I could see that more so, you know, because of that factor of, when you live off, like, up on this mountain thing, and, you know, probably shitty Wi-Fi at best, and, no cameras really around and stuff like that. That I could, that I can understand, because, that's just geographics right there. But in your typical like towns and cities for the most part, where the hell do you think you're going to get away with it? I heard some convicted explain their thought process for grabbing someone, and if they are desperate, they even grab a decrepit old lady they hid in the bushes waiting to pounce. Oh, probably like that guy from Madeline McCain case with that 82-year-old or whatever it was. I remember seeing things about a 12-year-old shot his sister because she took his gay right. Well, again, if you have access and the parents are stupid enough to the child that has access to a gun, it's just crazy. Like that's just irresponsible. It's like that kid that took the gun to school. Like, to me, the parent should absolutely be charged. The kid takes his gun to school. He's 6 years old, ends up shooting the teacher's thumb. Thank goodness it was just the thumb. See, to me, that's something where the parent should be absolutely held. I was amazed. We had the school shooter there where they held him accountable, and yet the 6-year-old who never should have even had the business of being able to access a gun takes it to school, shoots, and to me, stick those parents in jail. Absolutely. Leave guns out so that a child can get them. And children, they're not capable. They don't comprehend like an adult can comprehend. Yeah, there's a precedent now, but it should have happened with that case. That was one of the cases it definitely should have happened on. No, I think she really is that dumb. If you were to ask me, I think she really actually is. Like, no offense, Jen Soto, but honestly, to me, you come across that you just are that dumb. I think that she's dumb. Like she reminds me of like my cat Montana. Like it's like you're looking at them, and Montana cat is like looking at you like, duh, which way did she go? Which way did she like? Montana has this dosy look about her when you look at her, and it's like Montana, are you a smart kitty or a dumb kitty? Because she has this look like she's dense as when she looks at you. Whereas Bambi cat is like, feels like Bambi has the brains. But Montana is just so sweet and innocent, naive. But I just take Jen Soto every time I look at her. She's just like, why? Oh, yeah. Oh no, go ahead and sleep upstairs. You go ahead, boyfriend. You take my daughter upstairs to the bedroom and go sleep. My God. Yeah. We should almost do that one since we keep talking about it. Yeah, my cat is dead. Yeah. On there. Yeah, okay, let's do Sebastian. Let's do Sebastian last. We'll go to the Soto one off of Court TV with Vinny. Now, one of my least favorite YouTube creators, Gray Hughes, is on this one. Can't stand the dude worth nothing. I always think that he just babbles. Sometimes he says okay things, but most times he just seems to babble. And I just want to remind him that sun visors, they went out like a long time ago. Okay, they really truly did. But okay, let's watch a little bit of this.
That are incredibly troubling and somewhat confusing. And I want to try to shed a little more light on it tonight. And of course, we're talking about the case involving Madeline Soto, one of the last photos, if not the last photo of her from her 13th birthday party at a relative's house. Her mom wasn't there. When she went home, her mom still wasn't home. But guess who was? Her so-called on-again, off-again boyfriend, Stephen Stearns. And Stephen Stearns is the one that got her ready.
Let's go back to that.
Her mom wasn't there.
Okay. So I feel like some people might have pointed this out or not, but like in the window, has this been talked about before? Because in the window, that totally looks like Stephen Stearns. in that picture. I was trying to look at his beard and everything that he had going on. Did people already talk about that? Because that totally looks like his freaking growth, you know, and up the side of the cheek like that and stuff. So did people already talk about that in this picture? In the reflection in that mirror? Do you know? Well, that neighbor could be totally wrong as well. I'm just curious about that. Anyways, but in this reflection, I'm like, I was looking at Stephen Stern's growth right here too, you know, and it just totally looks like him. Yeah, because it totally looks like I'm gonna have to compare like the facial to the facial properly on there, because it's like, dude, are you there?
When she went home, her mom still wasn't home, but guess who was? Her so-called on-again, off-again boyfriend, Stephen Stearns. And Stephen Stearns is the one that got her ready for bed. And then for whatever reason in the world, which none of us can figure out, Madeline's mom sent these two downstairs or upstairs to the guest room while she slept by herself. Mom sleeping by herself. She wanted to sleep in. I worked late. I don't want anyone to bother me in the morning. So why don't you two go share a bed in another room alone? That actually happened. That actually happened. Now, we're learning more about what this dynamic was between Stephen Stearns and his victim, his alleged victim, Madeline Soto. This is Madeline apparently was speaking with a counselor at school. An investigator spoke to the counselor. Madeline reported that her mom's boyfriend was living in the home and she didn't like him because he was weird. When she pressed the counselor, Madeline, about why she felt he was weird, she claimed it was because he ate all their food, hangs out in their living room, and makes her feel uncomfortable. Madeline reported in December that mom's boyfriend was moving out of the home, and that made her happy. She also never disclosed anything inappropriate happening between her and her mother's boyfriend. Since December, she started to report things were getting better at home and at school. Their last check-in was on February 6, 2024, and Madeline reported that she was really happy and things were good with mom and at school. Okay. One more interview. This is with Madeline's friend. Remember, she's 13 years old. Madeline's friend further stated that Madeline only mentioned her biological father briefly, but she was always on a call with her stepdad, Stephen. Stephen and Madeline were always texting each other or talking on the phone. Madeline loved him, and they were really close. Stephen is Madeline's mom's boyfriend, and he's been in her life for a long period of time. Stephen recently moved out of the home, but he still visits often. Stephen and Madeline's mom were also very close. Madeline talks to Stephen at least 2 to 3 times a week on the phone, but also texts with him. She usually talks to him on the phone in the afternoon and at night. And then it's either Madeline or Madeline's friend described Stephen as very interested in Madeline, and Madeline would tell him about things going on at school. Madeline never disclosed to her anything inappropriate that Stephen said or did, and she's never witnessed anything inappropriate between Madeline and Stephen. Normally, Madeline's mom or grandparents bring her to school. She does not recall a time when Stephen has ever brought Madeline to school. So that's from her friend. Let me bring in our experts and our guests. Joining us in Orlando, Florida, psychotherapist and CEO of Life Counseling Solutions, Dr. Janie Lacey, true crime live streamer on YouTube, Gray Hughes of Gray Hughes Investigates, who yesterday released a brand new episode diving in to all of these Madeline Soto documents. Check it out after the show. Not before, but after or during. Also joining us, forensic criminologist Dr. Laura Petler, and finally also in Orlando, editor of the Osceola News Gazette, Ken Jackson is with us. Dr. Janie Lacey, I'm going to begin with you on this, what I just read from the counselor, from Madeline's friend. What do you hear in this? What do you sense? What does it mean about the dynamic and what was going on here?
Well, what that would mean to me is that Madeline knew that she had to probably keep this as a secret. And this probably happened very early on, right? When we think about threatening her and secrecy and perhaps understanding some type of consequences. Abusers normally put some type of fear out there and they control the relationship. So as her friend was describing the constant texting and communication, abusers normally will control that relationship, but they do it methodically because over time there's been trust that's been built and there's been a connection and there's probably been some level of isolation, and probably she's been used to him being a resource to her and the mom. So when I hear the interview by the therapist, I would also hear that there was obviously some concern there, but this part would probably be the deep, dark secret that she was keeping.
Ken Jackson, as I'm listening to this, it seems an incredibly thorough investigation. They're speaking to everyone connected to Madeline. Of course, it began as a missing person, then became a murder investigation. But from what we're hearing, it doesn't seem like Madeline told anyone about this.
Right. And what I've seen from the document so far, it just seems like there isn't that triggering term that, say, a counselor would be overly concerned about to take the investigation to the next step. Madeline kept this close to the vest if this was happening at home. She gave little pieces like the stuff. He creeps me out. He's home all of the time, but nothing that would overly concern an expert. I mean, this is a pattern of behavior in cases like this where there's abuse at home from an authority figure at home, and it's really actually sad to see that there wasn't just that little extra to make someone else outside a counselor or someone like that investigate more.
Absolutely. I want to read this, Greg, because this is another disturbing incident here. A coworker who I guess dated or had some sort of relationship with Stearns came forward. This thing is so high profile. The coworker stated that Stephen Stearns told her, although he was separated from his girlfriend, he still slept at Jen's residence and specifically in bed with Madeline. The coworker said that Stephen Stearns justified this behavior by saying he needed to cuddle with her so she could fall asleep. The coworker further recalled a conversation she had with Stephen Stearns where he told her that he woke up in bed with Madeline with an erection and had to turn around in the bed. He's telling this to a woman he's dating. The coworker felt the comments Stephen Stearns made to her about sleeping with Madeline were inappropriate, and she stopped talking to him. He is saying this stuff out loud, Gray, out loud to a woman that he's in some sort of a dating relationship with. Like, wow.
Yeah, I mean, what was he thinking that she would be excited about that? I mean, did she have a daughter herself and he thought maybe he could try? I mean, we don't know what the hell this guy's thinking, but that makes absolutely no sense that you would say that to a woman as if they would react in some positive way. I mean, her reaction was exactly how it would be.
Yeah.
Just creeped out.
Creeped out. Get away from me. I don't need to talk to you anymore. Dr. Laura Petler, looking at this case and trying to understand how he could get away with this for so long. The allegations are it's going back years, this abuse. But it seems from everything we're hearing, he continued it even though he wasn't with Jen. Like, he's not even sleeping with the mother. He's just going over to the house to apparently abuse Madeline.
Right, Vinny, yes, it does appear that way. And in cases like this that we see that do result in violent crime or homicide, it's very often that the statements of the victim are not analyzed from like a statement analysis standpoint or from like a qualitative victimology standpoint. So sometimes it can be overlooked by professionals, or it's not caught by professionals that are counselors or otherwise, to the red flags in that we would actually catch in statement analysis. So for him to be continuing to do this and her to be keeping a secret, a lot of times these offenders groom the victims to believe that they are actually having a secret relationship. And it sounded to me like, from the friend standpoint, that it's possible that there might have been something like that going on. It's very difficult for me to know because I can't actually hear or read what Madeline's words were exactly. That would be much more informative to me than the summation of it. So I think that it's very common in these types of cases. We've seen this, unfortunately, many times. And to keep a secret is definitely a motive for murder.
All right, Dr. Jenny Lacey, I want you to listen to Stephen Stearns in his police interview. And again, this is another one of these creepy moments of Stephen Stearns.
She brings a lot of joy. She's a very good girl. It definitely doesn't feel the same around here if she's not here. She was so happy, too. She was looking forward to my visit here. She was looking forward to us all being together. She was just happy. She was just very happy. Noah. I loved her like she was my own.
Do you hear? He's like raising himself up, right? Like, I'm the one who makes.
One sec there. Oh my God, that's so disgusting. Seriously, when you listen to that, just like that video, but seriously, when you listen to that, oh, she was just so happy here. She was just looking forward to all the visits. She was just a good girl, you know, spank that ass. She was just a good girl. Oh, he's such a despicable human being. Like, oh, like it does make you wonder. Um, so what I was going to say before was like, well, first of all, Gray Hughes doesn't know how to explain Telegram too well either. When he was explaining that, I'll overlook the visor, but Telegram is like Messenger. So when I first learned of Telegram, it was actually through Tiara, who was, we'll call her the lady of the night. Tiara, let me just say she lives on the crime side of life. And so she had told me, message me on Telegram, and I'm like, what the heck is Telegram? And yeah, his voice is so annoying. But yeah, so she had messaged me on Telegram, and I'm like, what's Telegram? She's like, it's just like Messenger, but it's encrypted. Basically, it's just basically like Messenger, but basically what you're doing is hidden. And so let me put it this way, people that use Telegram, typically it's not because they're using it for good purposes. So apparently, and I didn't know this until I heard it the other day, but apparently, so at 11:45, so Jen tells him to go to bed around 11, whatever, and then like 11:45, apparently he had logged into his Telegram, so it makes you wonder, like, it just, I don't know, because I'm not fully caught up on the little last bits of this case, with what's going on, because I didn't really know about the whole Telegram thing, to be honest with you, until I heard Pubes there talk about it. But anyways, so it makes you wonder if, like she took sleeping pills or whatever. Makes you wonder if he was like recording it, like something was going on there, where he's probably, of course, actually abusing her. There must have been something that happened that he took her life. It must have been something that she was going to out him, or something that had to be the reason why he took her life. I can't really see another reason of why 1 minute she's alive and then he takes her life. And obviously the idiot didn't plan it, right? So it's like this last minute thing, but the last minute thing has to be because something obviously transpired where she was going to tell or something, right? Maybe she got to the point where she's like, like, I'm sick of this. I'm not whatever. I'm going to tell, type of idea. Because that's the only thing that really truly makes sense to me. No, not pregnant. They talked about that, but no, she wasn't. Because some people, that was like speculation that she was pregnant. But I remember it was on Court TV in the other one, when they were talking about that, and there was no signs that she was pregnant. No, so that will rule that out. It would have to be something like she was going to out him. Something would have happened, but she wasn't. They've already said that it, whatever they said on Court TV, however they worded it, it was about the pregnancy thing, and that she wasn't pregnant, because obviously they would be able to tell by the autopsy. Yeah, So let me just play it out still.
Makes her happy. It's me. And we heard the exact opposite of what Madeline was telling her school counselor.
Absolutely. He's in a position of power. So him and these statements are very delusional and probably was projecting onto her what he wanted in this delusions, because we know that the absolute, her words from the therapist, uncomfortable, and him being in the home. So we know that her reality was very different, but he was in a position of power. So he can create that relationship to however he wanted it to be in these positions of power and these abusers when they do that. So they operate from this sadistic almost fantasy. And it sounds like to me that that's exactly what he was doing.
Dr. Janie Lacey, appreciate your time tonight. Thank you so much. Our other guests are staying with us. When we come back, we are going to take a look at some new information that we're learning about Stephen Stearns. Again, there are hundreds and hundreds of documents. We're going through it piece by piece, but we have some real insight coming up next.
A-list actor Alec Baldwin is cast in the real-life role he never wanted.
I sure you talk because the gun goes off.
Criminal defendant.
His lack of gun safety is something that he's going to have to answer for. We heard that this was a toxic set.
One more.
It's not his fault. He did nothing wrong.
Is there an actor's exemption from liability when they're handling a deadly firearm?
The Alec Baldwin manslaughter trial. Live coverage coming this July, only on Court TV.
We have a very strong bond. But, you know, I'm the person she goes to when her mom gets in a fight with her and she needs someone to comfort her. And like, I'm that person for her, you know. This girl knows nothing but love here in this house.
Once again, Stephen Stearns raising himself up. I
got on that one. There's nothing but love for her in this house. I'm the person that she goes to when her and her mom are fighting to comfort her. Right. When you hear like stuff like that in hindsight, knowing what we know, it's really hard pill to swallow to listen to that piece of shit. Say things like that. But it's obviously to his own demise as well. Yeah, and so I think it was a week, Sharon. I thought they said a week. Her friends normally Maddie got her monthly. Sorry for any men watching, but it's how children are born, okay? By menstruation. But anyways, her friend said she got it like a week later. So she was running late anyways for it. But anyway, so she obviously, not that you can't get pregnant while you're on the menstruation, but anyways, bottom line is it wasn't because she was pregnant. And it just listed, oh, look at Vinny's face. Vinny. Look like a duck. Anyways, I was sitting there trying to think of that. I think it was strangulation. Yeah, I think it was strangulation. Because she was dead. Hey, Angel. She was dead. And the chances are, I'm thinking that it happened like not too long after it makes you wonder. I'm thinking it happened after he logged into Telegram. He was probably recording her, into some sort of sick, twisted group thing that he's in or something like that. Or however, whatever he was doing. But I'm picturing that he was recording her. And something obviously to me happened there where she was going to, like I said, out him. It's the only thing that really truly makes sense. Like if it would have been a pregnancy thing, okay, that would have made sense. But I don't think it happened. I think it's like one of those things where he's probably recording her. I can't really see him. I can't really see him going on to Telegram going, I'm just about to commit a murder here, just so you know. FYI, I see him probably trying to record her and stuff, fondling her, whatever, and all that stuff. And then something happened there where she was said she's going to be saying something that she doesn't want it, like she's not doing this anymore. She's going to think him out. And to me, that's when I think he strangled her. That would make sense. To me, at least, anyway. I don't know about you guys. Right. Well, I think it's more like she could have said no, but obviously, like, someone's, to me, not just going to strangle someone at that moment just because they said no. It would have had to have been, not unless he was doing one of those things. Not unless he was doing one of those things to her where, you know, you choke somebody out until they're like a type of thing. It's like you choke them out. You know, that really perverse sexual thing. The one that Garrett Kurtz tried to claim with Ray Hanish, like the asphyxiation, where you basically bring him to the point of that, but instead she ended up dying. You know, unless he was trying to do some sick, twisted, perverse sexual thing like that, because that is something that, you know, how do you think with the mind of someone like a Stephen Stearns that literally is a pedo and a child molester and all those other horrid things, you know, now murderer. Mm-hmm. And just looking at his eyes are so dark. To me, I always judge somebody a lot by their, well, besides their words, is their eyes. Their eyes are like, you know, to the soul type of thing. And he has evil eyes. But I mean, it's one of those things, we know that he murdered somebody, so of course he's gonna look evil. But when you look at him though, his eyes, they just look like doesn't he remind you like of the devil? Somewhat, like he reminds me of that guy in that one movie that was playing the devil. He reminds me of that actor.
The great one here. It didn't take long for investigators to uncover and peel back all these lies that he is telling right out of the gate. Take a look at this from his police interview on February 28th. While speaking with Stephen, I noticed he was wearing a blue shirt. In the videos from earlier in the day, Stephen was observed wearing a red shirt. Stephen stated he had not changed clothes since the previous morning and did not believe he had showered either. Let's bring back in our guest, Gray Hughes from Gray Hughes Investigates, Dr. Laura Petler and Ken Jackson. Ken, it seems very quickly they are able to uncover a bunch of lies here from Stephen Stearns. I mean, that is something that is so obvious, and so quickly they are onto this guy.
Yeah, well, it's funny. The first couple of days of this case, you know, he was interviewed multiple times, interviewed by detectives, by police, by the media, and I'm sure that saying these things over and over, they became pretty rehearsed. Or like you said, you know, these things the stories have unraveled. I mean, you know, we hear him in the interviews. You know, she was looking forward to my visit. This is the same girl that said that, well, he creeps me out when he's at my house. I'm the person she goes to. She knows nothing but love. Well, we've seen the multiple number of allegations against him that all of these things he was saying, it's all a cover-up.
Huge cover-up, and not just, you know, like making himself out to be the best part of Madeline's life. And this was it couldn't be less true. It's the exact opposite of that. Gray, this one really jumped out to me too, where Stephen Stearns allegedly spying on his roommate. It should be noted, prior to the search of Stephen's apartment, I was advised there were photographs located on Stephen's phone where he appeared to record his roommate in secret. While at the apartment, I was able to utilize Stephen's cell phone and recreate the angle and contents of the photographs by placing his cell phone under the crack of the roommate's bedroom door. Wow. Do you have any more context for what's going on here?
We actually do. And you know what? You almost read my mind. It's absolutely unbelievable. I was going to talk about that specific thing because I interviewed 4 different people that were friends with Stephen Stearns, and that's the video that I just re-released again. In one of the interviews, one of his roommates found a file in a server that's in the house because they played video games, and inside this folder, it had pictures of his girlfriend, like in the bathroom. So he was doing the same thing in his early 20s. So it kind of makes you wonder what has been going on all these years. It's starting to feel like it's possible there's more victims out there because this is something that's been going on for a long period of time. There's even another incident by another one of his friends that said that he went over to his house and was trying to film his mom with the camera through a door, and he got caught by the father of this friend. So this guy has been doing this stuff for a long time.
All right, Dr. Laura Petler, I want you to take a look at some of the evidence that was collected here. And what does it tell you? From his bedroom, a 6-hour P365 9mm pistol and rounds. It is Florida. A lot of people have weapons in Florida. From the center console of his car, latex gloves, cloth gloves, a knife. From the trunk, white rope, black netting. What are your thoughts here?
These items are consistent with disposal in a murder case. Sometimes they buy them before the actual murder itself. Sometimes they plan ahead and they buy these things and put them in the car or any of the temporary crime scenes that they're going to use to transport the body. One thing that's important to recognize about those items in relation to Madeline being in the vehicle is that when offenders kill in their own environment, a lot of times they most often actually will remove the body from that location. But if they kill a victim in the victim's environment, they often leave the body live. So what it's telling me is that the video is consistent with the items from the standpoint that he had her body in his vehicle and he was using those items in relation to executing his plan to dispose of her body.
What are your thoughts about other potential victims out there, Dr. Petler?
Vinny, that is like hitting the nail on the head. There's, unfortunately, in these cases, it's kind of like you get one victim that comes forward and then they all just start coming out of the woodwork. And I would not be surprised to see that in this case. It's very common to see them hide cameras in bathrooms, above the toilet, in front of the toilet, any angle that they can get to capture those types of images of other people that they're actually not sexually abusing physically. So like all of this goes hand in hand with being a sexual deviant, being a sexual sex offender type person that has these challenges and these issues that he clearly is dealing with, and then masking them under the guise of this gaslighting type power and control facade of, I am so great and I am doing all this for all of these victims. It's unfortunately, we hear that a lot from sex offenders.
I'm just going to put this out there, folks. Stearns caught with some form of lotion. At approximately 11:30, I assisted with searching a room in the residence on the second floor, identified by a chrome number 4 on the outside of the door. Inside of the room, I located a black backpack, which had one orange bottle of Solo lotion in it. The back of the bottle identified the product as masturbation cream. Does anyone want to say anything about that? We can just leave it there.
It goes hand in hand with everything else that we've heard.
Yeah. Go ahead, Dr. Petler, did you have something on that?
Yes. I mean, another behavioral pattern that we see in these types of offenders is where they actually will go and sit somewhere and watch other types of victims, where they're not actually physically assaulting them, but they're in their own contained space. They're in their own vehicle and they're watching them say, for example, a park or a parking lot or somewhere else where they can actually see what is triggering them, what is sexually arousing them. And then, of course, the items that are used for their own means.
All right, everyone's staying with us. Coming up next, we're going to track Madeline's body and where it was transported, what we have found out, and the state of the body and what it tells us.
Our detectives have determined that Madeline was never dropped off on the morning of February 26th near her school. Instead, we believe she was already dead at the time and that Stephen Stearns moved her body in the early morning hours on that day.
Already dead, moving her body in the early morning hours. We heard that early on, but now we have a much clearer picture of what the basis of all of this is. And it raises the question, when was she killed? Can we tell from this when she was killed? Let's take a look at how we're tracking all this. Jen stated the last time she had physically seen Madeline was on February 25th, 2024, 2300 hours, 11 o'clock at night, when she sent her to bed with Stephen Stearns. Next day, 7:35, videos captured the trash compactor on the property show a male determined to be Stephen Stearns. Stearns threw a white trash bag filled with items inside the trash compactor before pulling away. A female, believed to be Madeline, is visible in the front passenger seat. Her head is visible, tilted on her left shoulder, and her mouth was open. She was belted into the seat. Stearns is then spotted leaving the complex in his Lincoln through the rear gate at 7:50 with a female wearing a green sweater in the front seat. The person appeared to be sitting upright with her head slumped over to her left side. 8:19, the Lincoln appears at the front gate, and Stearns interacts with the security guard before being allowed to enter. 8:31, he leaves through the rear gate, again with a female and the front passenger completely slumped over to the left. Then this is the big one that we learned. 9:40, the vehicle turned into the Holiday Inn Club Vacations property, proceeded to the parking garage. Male exits the vehicle, opens the trunk, walks to the front passenger side, opens the door, and carries what appears to be a limp body to the trunk of the vehicle. Then witnesses see him pull off of Hickory Tree Road, tire iron in his hand. The witness made eye contact, stated he was not exactly sure, but it was around 13:20, 1:20 in the afternoon. Let's bring back in our guest. We have one more expert we're adding to our panel. A board-certified forensic pathologist, Dr. Priya Banerjee, joining the rest of our guests, Gray Hughes, Dr. Laura Petler, and Ken Jackson. Dr. Banerjee, let me ask you this. I'm going to describe the way she's being described, and from this, what does it tell you? Again, tilted on her left shoulder with her mouth open, belted into the seat. Then next, she's seen upright with her head slumped over to the left side. Then she is seen completely slumped over to the left. And then an hour after that, an hour and 10 minutes after that, her body is limp as she's carried out. At what time could this murder have taken place if all of these things begin at 7:35 in the morning and she's still limp at 9:40?
Probably, I mean, what you're getting at is what rigor mortis or
Yes.
postmortem changes. And so we have to think, that usually starts 2 hours or so after death. So I'm thinking he killed her and then put her in the car, making it look like she's sleeping, trying to fool everybody, right? And then has this whole incident with the tire iron.
Well, let me ask you this. Would the body be limp like that if she's murdered the night before, 6.5 hours beforehand?
I think that's less likely. I think it was more towards the morning because your rigor mortis in general forms 8 to 12 hours and is really peaked 12 to 24 hours. So we would be hitting that real stiff period, barring any other exposure or, chemicals, whatever, if it's going more textbook, if you will. And so I think, this young, healthy girl was probably killed closer to the morning. I'm not saying she wasn't hurt or harmed in any way prior to that, but absolutely killed was probably closer to the morning.
Okay, Gray Hughes, 8:19. Why is he going back at 8:19 and then leaving at 8:31? Because to even get into the complex at 8:19, he's got to speak with the security guard, and she's got to be right next to him.
Yeah, I mean, she's seen on camera 3 times, 7:50, 8:19, 8:31, actually a 4th time at 9:40, right? And so at 8:19, he comes back, but what is he doing between 8:19 and 8:31 when it leaves again? She would still have to be propped up in the car, but did he cover with a blanket because somebody might have walked by? And then what was interesting about what that in that press conference that officer said was that we believe that she was moved in the early morning hours. That doesn't seem to be actually quite accurate unless you're just talking about her being moved around for display purposes. She was moved around almost like, I hate to say it, but like Weekend at Bernie's, where he's just driving around. She wants to be seen. I mean, he wants her to be seen in the car because we know that her body was eventually moved. He'd already gone back to the apartment, waited for a while, and then at like 12:45, he took off with her body to place her where she was eventually found.
Dr. Laura Petler, this almost strikes me as some form of staging, like staging an alibi and a story of what he's doing that morning.
Yes, we here call that linguistic staging, Vinny. And basically it's what we talked about before in other cases. It's the fiber of truth and the thread of every lie. And all of these behaviors meet his needs. And again, he is in control. He's in power here. So he is staging both visually and linguistically so that he can, of course, avoid apprehension and get away with what he's doing. But it is his plan. And sometimes they have a plan, but sometimes they don't. And it sounds to me like, he's one of those offenders that gets into what we call cognitive overload once you murder someone and they forget certain details. And like the issue of the rigor mortis and the time of death, I was thinking the very same thing. The body is limp and then the body is slumped over and all of these things. Yeah, it's absolutely an element of staging. It meets the definition of staging, which is to misdirect a death investigation before the police arrive or to just, cause some kind of white noise. And that's what he's doing.
Ken Jackson, this Holiday Inn Club Vacations property, I don't know if you've been by there yet. Do we know anything about this? Is there any sort of connection, or does it look like it may have just been a place he thought he could go and transfer the body to the trunk without people seeing him?
Right. Well, the report says that he went to the top level of parking garage. Let's see, this would have been on a Monday. it's not a real busy day for resorts, especially in February. It's before spring break starts. So this area, it's almost like a low season for the tourism industry here. So he may have thought that it would be a place that had fewer people. Like I said, he went to the top of the garage, and the male moved the body there, so he was not within eyesight. What's funny is this whole scenario from the morning where he's seen at the dumpster to the afternoon where he's found on Hickory Tree Road. This is all happening in broad daylight. It's kind of an odd time for someone who's going to be moving a body.
Yeah.
And we also don't really have a whole lot of clarity between 9:40 when he's found at the Holiday Inn Vacation Club and that 1 o'clock hour where he's seen on Hickory Tree Road.
Now, let's go to the part where the police discover Madeleine's body. We noticed what appeared to be a body. The top half of the body was covered by a green-colored hooded sweatshirt, and the bottom half was covered in blue jeans. The body was laying on the left side in somewhat of a fetal position. It appeared that the body was covered by tiny pieces of hay or dry grass. Based on my training experience, it was apparent this was a human body. I did not see any signs of life. I could clearly see flies covering the body. Now, the description from the medical examiner. She was observed in a state of decomposition with visible insect activity around her mouth, left eye, ears, and right hand. Discoloration was observed on her face, neck, torso, back, and hands. Dr. Priya Banerjee, what can we glean from that?
As the mother of a young daughter, it's going to take everything in me to not be teary on TV. But in all seriousness, I'm trying to set that aside of just how sad a case this is. You know, it's hot in Florida. This is a open sort of wooded area when we, the team have visited previously, and it's an open stretch of road. So this is a very typical area where all sorts of insect, animal activity can take place, and this is very characteristic. In terms of decomposition and insect activity, insects are going to, feed on the body. That's just a normal reaction to anything decaying. So, flies don't know the difference, the human body decaying or animal matter decaying. And they're going to lay eggs, and then they grow into more mature flies through their life cycle. So then they feed on the body, and also the environment, the heat will dry out, sort of, decompose and darken her, normal light complexion. And I'm sure they had to go through what I would say alternate means of identifying her. She's no longer recognizable based on that state of decomposition.
Let me ask you one more thing, Dr. Banerjee. I have a timeline here. 11 o'clock, Madeleine, that's the last time she's seen alive, right? So now 6.5 later takes us to 7:35. 7:35 to 9:40, Madeleine is in Stern's front seat for about 2 hours. 9:40 through 1:15, Madeleine is in Stern's trunk roughly 3.5 hours. And then Madeleine is outside in a field a little over 4 days, about 100 hours. That trunk for 3.5 hours, would you expect there to be some evidence of her being there?
Quite potentially. I'm not a DNA analyst, but I'm sure detectives.
Well, what's happening to the body? What's happening to the body?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, in and of itself, that's acting like an oven, right? I mean, if you think about it, it's a metal box that in hot weather, nonetheless, there's going to be skin cells transferred potentially, maybe some fluids forming. So I think it's a very important step to look at that trunk. You can connect her placement.
Yeah. Dr. Laura Patler, which do you think is going to be richer with evidence here? The field where she's found or the car where she's being transported all these hours?
The car, simply because it's going to be indicative of, again, time of death. And then once she's moved out there, I don't know what was found with her, but I did see that there was something about, there was physical evidence found with her body. Who knows what he was trying to stage out there? Was he trying to stage a missing person, sexual assault, and then some kind of a dump, an abduction type or runaway or something like that. So I don't know exactly, but I believe that the car contains more evidence in a lot of these cases than a lot of times the dump site, because it's such a from the forensic path standpoint, same thing. There's such a large amount of decomposition and animal activity. Things can get strewn around. The car is a contained environment, and so sometimes a lot more information can be gleaned from that.
All right, Gray Hughes, as we sit here tonight, and I know you've gone through all these documents, are there any holes in this timeline, questions you have about a certain period of time or parts of the movement, either the night before or during that day?
I mean, we're not really going to get the answers to every little thing that was happening in the in between, 11 o'clock at night and 7 in the morning. But just listening to this conversation right here, it's made me really start wondering about something. Was Madeleine actually not dead in those videos that we saw? That she was just really drugged and just out, because we're talking about, there's such a fine line with the rigor mortis that you were talking about. And she was limp, it seems like, for at least 2 hours there. So she would have had to have been killed at like 5 in the morning to still be limp when she was carried out of the car to put in the trunk.
Wow.
So isn't that interesting? I mean, maybe in that hotel, he actually strangled her and then put her into the trunk right then.
Dr. Priya Banerjee, Gray Hughes, Dr. Laura Petler.
Okay, so that's kind of what actually I was thinking, exactly what Gray Hughes said there at the end. I started thinking to myself, well, hold on a second. Okay, so we saw originally in the paperwork that the mom saw her getting dressed at 8:35 or whatever it was. And then in that paperwork, it says, no, she didn't actually see her. But the mom said she heard voices, but didn't actually see Madeline. But she heard voices in the kitchen. So that got me thinking, like what Gray just said, maybe she was drugged, and that's hence why she was just out of it. And that the actual crime was committed in that hotel. Because you wouldn't think then the mom would have heard the voices, right? So I honestly think that the mom is just totally moronic, for lack of a better word. That she's dense as a door, that she's freaking one of the most, comes across like she's a very, just almost like a kid, the brain of a kid. Anyone that would even think to allow, like, I was just thinking about that as they were saying it. I could never picture going, hey, daughter, go sleep with your, with Stefan upstairs in the bed. It just is just strange by any stretch of the imagination. It's one thing if you're a child, like a little child, and you're taking a child upstairs to sleep with you so that you can, like we're talking about an infant here, versus a 13-year-old girl. That's just like, no. So I almost do wonder actually if the crime happened in that hotel. If listening to the fact that Jennifer heard voices in the kitchen. Well, hold on. If she heard voices in the kitchen, because all I could think about too was Weekend at Bernie's when I heard about her being in the car, but they believed that she was dead. Like, they said that they believed that she was dead. I think so. Actually, hold on. Let me just think about that. Sorry, guys, I'm going through thoughts in my head at this moment in time. I'm thinking about her knapsack that was thrown away at 7:35 and stuff like that in the trash. Hell, I'm gonna have to go look at that paperwork all again that they have. Yeah. Yeah, stupid probably doesn't quite sum her up, to be honest with you. Like, it's like looking, when you're looking at somebody and there's like just space in their brain. There's like no physical sign of a brain, but it's just more space that's there. Every time you watch that video where Stefan Stearns is behind her and she just has that, huh? Like the dumber than dumb look. And then you, what time? The one thing I'm forgetting here is what time. Do you guys remember what time that Jen was apparently hearing these voices in the kitchen? And it does make you wonder if she became knowledgeable of after the fact that Stefan was getting her to lie, hence why the different versions of her seeing Madeline. Anyways, I'm gonna have to look at those documents again, but It's just that there's things that don't make sense about her being dead after the fact, because her knapsack is gone. If she's in the kitchen and Jen hears voices, well, I mean, if this girl is laid out already in the vehicle, you know, freaking do-si-do, then to hear voices in the kitchen really wouldn't make sense if somebody is totally out of it. Besides moaning and groaning, perhaps. So she didn't get out of bed till 9. Is that what it was? But yet at 8:35. In the original report, remember it said 8:35 that she saw her daughter, but yet at 7:35. Like, it's like something like, how was that taken down wrong? How, because that was on, like, that was like on the statement. Either way, the mom should be charged for basically allowing her daughter to be harmed because she's so fucking stupid. Like, honestly, that type of stupidity, allowing your child. And then as for the girlfriend, the ex-girlfriend that didn't report that, you know, I bet you any money, this is what you call karma, because I bet you any money that ex-girlfriend that didn't report it and now Madeline's dead, either she doesn't actually care, because people would have to be very unselfish to care. Like, she probably doesn't even look at it like, you know, like, oh, you know, I should have said something. Probably now she's saying it, but that's like really disgusting enough so that the ex-girlfriend stopped talking to him, but yet she didn't report that to anybody at all. So let's say karma's a bitch, and in that case like that, you know, let the guilt of all that hopefully reap inside of her for not saying something, you know. But at the end of the day, right, when you hear something like that, that's kind of like disgusting, when you hear someone literally telling you stuff like that. And then to think that she didn't say anything. No, I tell you, like I said, and you know, they're going to try to use, remember the girl that was seen at the church, but his basically ass is grass. There's no saving this dude. There's no saving this dude whatsoever. He's guilty as crap. His lies, like I think they said on here or whatever, and the other one, you know, have all caught up with him because it doesn't mesh with what they know versus what he's saying. But his ass is grass regardless. Okay. So rest in peace, Madeline Soto. Again, you know, it's so tragic. And honestly, I don't know what to say about the mother. I don't think she'll be charged. Charged with stupidity, charged with ignorance, charged with lack of brain cells, whatever you want to call it. Now, Stephen Stearns, he sounds like this is where I do wonder about people. Stephen Stearns sounds like he almost came out of the vagina, you know, with wires crossed, you know. So some people have a food fetish. Some people have these things, right? Like something in their brain is, you know, telling them to eat. Or something in their brain is telling them kill, because their wires are crossed up here. He sounds like somebody that had his wires crossed since birth, to be honest with you. And then in my head, I think to myself, so if he came out of the VJ fucked up, you know, like honestly, if he came out that way and he has these thoughts because his wires are fried up there, you know, it's one of those things. Do you feel kind of bad for him a little bit because he came, you know, perhaps out of the VJ messed up? And again, right, like, meaning this is a powerful thing. And if your mind is messed up, you know how what I'm saying, right? Like there's SKs that come out, and there's kids that come out of the vagina, and they're just totally evil little shits, right? Whether it's because their wires are crossed, you know, or there's ones that are become sadistic or whatever, pedos and whatever. But then there's other people that just literally have their wires crossed wrong here, right from the get-go, like a bad start out of the VJ. I mean, it's one of those things that's we don't know. It's kind of like, if a child grows up in an abusive relationship all their life and all they know is yelling, hitting, and screaming, and then they end up doing that as adults because that's what they know. It makes me wonder if Stefan here came out of, like I said, the VJ wired wrong, and he had these fetishes for females or whatever, kids. I don't know. I don't even want to think that deep, honestly. I mean, he's at the end of the day, he's a murderer, allegedly, for Madeline Soto, and obviously a sick, twisted individual who needs to be behind walls. Anyways, it's a very tragic case, Madeline Soto's case, and her mom. What do you even say about the mom? Honestly. Okay, so I want to go to Sebastian case here, and I haven't watched this with SF Investigates, but I want to listen to a little bit of it. Sebastian Rogers obviously disappeared February 26th. No clue if he's alive, no clue if he's dead. There's still nothing to know what happened to Sebastian. Another strange. This case is strange. Again, it's when, kind of like Summer Wells, it's when you have really good people working on the team to try to locate, and then there's just nothing to show. No video evidence, nothing to show what happened to Sebastian, but yet something happened to Sebastian, in all of this. And because he's not seen on any cameras or anything of the sorts, it's hard not to go back and look at the mother and wonder if there's any involvement on the mother's side, because a kid just doesn't disappear, right? There's, like I said, there's cameras along, like these people have Ring doorbell cameras, and should he have taken this magical walk through up Kellen and into this pond and whatever, who knows? It just seems unrealistic. That combined with the fact that he's obviously didn't run away. Doesn't make sense. A child runs away and takes nothing with him, including his shoes, but takes nothing with him. That doesn't make sense. That's why it still is hard to believe that somebody aided him, because you would have think Sebastian would have got a little bag ready, right? And took off. Unless someone that aided him told him, look, no, don't take anything. I don't know. So you can't help but look to the home and wonder where there's gaps there of something that could have transpired where, obviously the last place was at home. They can't place him anywhere else. So as for the neighbor, I listened to that live the night it was happening. Can't really exactly remember all that was in it no more, because that was like a few days ago. I'm not going to sit there and go, oh, I suddenly believe that the neighbor's right about the video and that they are flashlights or that it's not garbage trucks, because I'm not going to believe a non whatever you want to call it, police officer or alley or whatever, versus somebody that is paying attention to the case, invested in a nosy neighbor in a sense. that says, well, I talked to the guy that has that, which is the guy at the end of Stratford there, at the beginning, I should say. You know, people can make whatever they want of that video, but I'm still more apt to believe Ellie versus some neighbor that hops on a live. I think that it was great, the JLR, and that she spoke and talked about Christopher and how ignorant he was and stuff like that to her. You know, like I said, I mean, I don't think we need to really prove his personality anymore. He's just a jerk. Is all the neighbors' thoughts. I think it's different. So, anyways, I don't know. I'd have to listen to it again, everything she said, to be honest with you. I watch too much stuff. After a few days, it becomes a blur. But anyways, I haven't listened to this. So SF investigates. He wasn't even really following Sebastian's case for the most part. He was following Riley Strain's case. And then he started following Sebastian's case. He's pretty vocal, outspoken person. So I haven't listened to this. I know he's had a lot of thoughts about, you know, the parents of Sebastian and different things. And, you know, basically saying, hey, just shut your mouths and, you know, type of idea. And honestly, I mean, I know people like drama. I just think it's a huge embarrassment and an injustice for Sebastian that adults are acting this way while he's missing. And if this is any insight to why possibly Sebastian is missing, you almost don't blame the kid if this is how they're acting as adults. And it's quite embarrassing. They should be embarrassed, to be honest with you. Someone said that neighbor is an admin on JLR's Facebook. I'm not sure. I don't pay attention to Facebook stuff. I saw the post where some moron put out that they were Christopher Proudfoot's cousin. Like, how much more stupider could a post sound than that one? That, you know, okay, that Katie admitted that she killed Sebastian, and this person was just too emotional that they had to put the post out there because they were just too emotional that they needed Facebook to put out that information. That's the most stupidest crap. And to think that somebody lacks that many brain cells to put something out there like that shows what a despicable human being that person is behind that post, and just how low people can sink. And the thing is, the sad truth is that is true. A lot of people can sink to that level. I've witnessed it many times on some of these cases, how just ridiculous and absurd people become about cases and what length that they will go to call people's jobs, go to their work, just so many different things. It's ridiculous. But for someone to put out a post, sitting there saying that, it was just unbelievable to me how despicable a human being can be, or that humans can be behind a computer. You know, it always phases me that people talk a big talk behind a computer. And 99% of the time, those same people would not talk shit like that in front of somebody's face. So it always gets me just how ignorant and moronic people get in real life or on an internet, and how stupid that they actually sound, or the things that they do in real, you know, or to do these things. When I saw people attacking Summer Wells on, I think his name was his name Dylan, this 15 or 16-year-old boy, and I just saw how low people would go by calling this child a murderer of Summer Wells and stuff like that. Watching adults that go to people's Facebooks and literally start attacking them. You know, it's just, at what level do people need to stoop? Like, there's a lot of people that go to people's Facebooks and sit there and put a lot of nasty shit on their Facebooks, and they don't have a clue if that person had anything to do at all with their disappearance. You know, and you people are grown-ups, you know, out there that do that. It's just amazing to me. So that somebody would do that, or like that, you know, that doofus that called in saying that he had Sebastian, what, you know, some psycho sitting at home in his freaking ass rocking chair, sitting there going, yeah, I got Sebastian Rogers over here. Why don't you, put me on the news? Yeah, great. You know, oh, wait, guess what? I don't really have them. I just wanted my 5 minutes of psychotic fame, you know, and stuff like that. Anyways, I could sit there and go, the stupidity of people, it just blows me away, to be honest with you. Not really. You wish that people wouldn't be like that, but sadly, you guys are a dime a dozen out there, those whack jobs out there that follow cases and just become so obsessed, like Delphi and shit like that. Okay, so let's watch some of this. Let's see what he has to
do. Live. My name is Trisha Griffith. I'm not trying to talk softly like this for any weird reason. It's because I'm getting over laryngitis. So if it sounds weird, I am weird, but it's a medical issue this time, at least. And with us today, of course, is Insightful One, our executive producer, and we're bringing back one of our favorite guests, Steve Fisher. He goes by SF Investigates, SF_investigates on Twitter. And Steve, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
You're licensed in like 5 states as a private investigator. Why don't you tell us a little bit about your background first?
Yes, I'm licensed in California, Arizona, Florida, Tennessee, and Alabama, and I've got a couple new states coming on. And then I'm also in search and rescue, and on a couple law enforcement search and rescue teams, and a couple private teams. And you know, I only work missing person cases.
And it keeps you quite busy, correct?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, unfortunately, but it's nice to, you know, be able to help, you know, some of these families, because if they get thrown into these situations, they never think they'd be involved in, and they have no idea what to do. You know.
Well, exactly, and we've talked about this before. In a missing persons case or a murder case, you're going along in your normal life, and then boom, you are not only thrown in the spotlight, which is bad enough, but you have social media, which is a whole new animal, and it can be a monster that can eat you alive. And there's no book, there's no, you know, sheet that you can grab that tells you how to act. So I'm glad to see that you are helping families who are, in addition to going through a nightmare of whatever it is, a missing persons or a murder investigation.
Right.
And then
they don't even know where to start to look for. I mean, like, what do you Google to, you know, find a missing, you know, person? I mean, thankfully there's some of these big, you know, advocacy groups, big legitimate ones that you know, are really prominent, and they are able to find them. But you know, and then you got the dynamics of, you know, some of the family members, they don't all agree on the way to go about doing it, you know. And I was involved in a case that ended yesterday. We found the girl yesterday, but you know, they had very different opinions on how things should be done, and whether there should be social media or not be social media, or, you know, so it's tough for these families.
It is. And like you said, you have them arguing, and then I'll take it a step further. Sometimes they take to Facebook and they bring their personal arguments there, and they'll take and get their YouTube channel, and it becomes something that creates a rift for the rest of their lives.
Right.
I fully believe, Steve, that maybe in 50 to 75 years, people are going to look back at this time and go, God, Lord, that was the Wild West back then. There were no controls. I think at some point, we're going to get this under control. One little thing I want to say, because I have to yap. You can't shut me up. Sometimes you can, but not tonight. I fully believe that one way to stop the rumors and to stop the baloney is to make people use their real name when they post this crap. Use their real name. That's one way to stop all of this baloney. And let's talk about Sebastian Rogers. Real briefly, I'm going to put up his poster here. He went missing on a Sunday night, Monday morning. I think was it February 22nd? Last seen publicly at a restaurant on that Sunday. And then he literally vanished. According to his mother was the only one home. Her husband, Sebastian's stepfather, Chris Proudfoot, the police have said that he was hours away at work. His father, Seth Rogers, was at work at a jail. He's on closed circuit television. The only one that was with him was his mother, Katie Proudfoot. There isn't any witness that I'm aware of that can put Sebastian at his home after going to the restaurant. And that doesn't mean anything. I'm just saying this is what we have to work on. According to his mother, Katie Proudfoot, he went out without his shoes. And there we have it. That's it. That's what we have. But Steve, tell us whatever you can about Sebastian's case.
Well, first, I want to make clear that I'm not officially involved in the case, but being in this industry, it's certainly have learned a lot more about it. I have had several conversations with Chris, but I'm not, in the case officially. It's the strangest case I've ever seen in missing persons. It's totally gotten away from Sebastian. The talk is not about him anymore. There was a core group of people that were keeping it about Sebastian, and were, on the ground doing things. But for the majority, this is about the infighting and the rumors and accusations, and it's just totally, and now cease and desist letters.
We're going to talk all about that.
Yeah.
And again, that's one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because and Insightful One, if you could please put Steve's Twitter in chat throughout the evening, I would appreciate it. If you do go to Twitter, it's SF_investigates. And Elon, it's Twitter. I refuse to call it that. That makes me mad. But that's one of the many reasons I wanted you to come on tonight to talk about Sebastian's case. We're calling it the Daily Drama Report, the DDR, because I've never seen anything like this. Closest I've seen is Summer Wells, but this is a lot worse. This is a lot worse than Summer Wells. But let's talk about that. Let's kind of jump forward. I heard about the cease and desist, and I did a live stream where I got very upset because in all of my time doing this, Steve, I've never heard of a parent demanding that people quit talking about their missing child. Good God Almighty. But I just want to say, I know YouTube creators and other people were saying horrible things about Seth. That's not right either. Mm-hmm. But that's separate. You can sue them for slander if it's written libel. Do that. But don't tell people to stop talking. And I want to say, our good friend Chloe, the private investigator who's been searching for Sebastian, doing it on her own time, not taking a penny for it, she got one of them. And she's been accused of things that are not true. And so I want to tell everybody, if you see anything out there about private investigator Chloe and it's negative, it's a lie and it can be proven. It just makes me so angry. She got one of those. Talk about the cease and desist letter.
Well, so Chloe got the cease and desist. They originally said they let her go because she wanted to background check search, right, which is 100% industry standard. When you're search and rescue, you are working under the authority of law enforcement. You are an arm of law enforcement. You're going on private property. You're getting intelligence briefings from law enforcement. They got to know who they're dealing with. And so Chloe wanted to background check people, and Seth very publicly came out and said, I didn't ask her to do that. I want anybody that will help to come out. And then it goes from that to cease and desist. Don't ever even say my kid's name again.
God Almighty.
That's just a complete 180. Like, I don't see how you get from one to the other. So it just shows that there's something else going on. But what really bugs me about the cease and desist letters, and Chloe's the only person that I know personally that got one. I know other people got them. I don't know them. I do know Chloe. Is that this lawyer signed under her bar card, signed these letters that did not cite any legal authority whatsoever in them of what the allegations were, what they had said. They need to stop under what, you know, she didn't cite any law. It was just stop. You can't tell somebody to stop saying somebody's name. And a missing persons case, when law enforcement comes out with a missing persons poster or an Amber Alert, it is a call to the public for help. They're saying, please, you know, we need the public's assistance in locating Sebastian Rogers. Like, you can't, and now he's saying everybody stop that. For what reason? It makes zero sense. I don't know who's advising him initially. I guess maybe Tony, but the fact that the lawyer was willing to sign those and put them on her letterhead shocks me. And she should be ashamed that she's interfering in a missing persons case about a 15-year-old autistic boy.
And she should know the law enough to know that Seth and Sebastian are now considered public figures. We can talk about them. They can't stop us. They can't. Now, again, that doesn't mean you can go on and say anything you want. No, and that's a separate issue. But for this lawyer to send out this, knowing that, no, I mean, she's a lawyer.
Yeah.
It makes no sense to me.
And she was demanding, like, she demanded even more from Chloe than the YouTubers. I'm not going to say what, because that's Chloe, but on what, you know, it's just mind-boggling that she's willing to put her reputation and law license on you know, and stamp those. It's shocking, and I don't understand. It's not because they really want people to study. It has to do with control. I feel it's Seth feeling like he's losing control of the narrative, not getting invited on these shows because he's quite frankly turned it into a circus, and he's upset about that. You know.
Exactly. Insightful one. Can you tell us who Tony is? People are asking in chat. He was the spokesperson for Caleb Harris. Can you just give us just a little teeny, his last name, Tony?
Mathis.
Right.
Yes, and he's a friend of Caleb Harris's father, Randy. So he was doing PR or spokesperson for Caleb's family, and then now he's helping, quote, Sebastian's family. And I also was told he was helping in the Harley Morris case.
That's about it. And I have heard Tony on other live streams talking about why they sent out these cease and desist. And I'm like, okay, Tony, you're able to get up in the morning, you drive a car, you know, you talk to people, you dial phone numbers. How could you even think that this was the right thing to do?
Yeah, it's insane. Like, if he thinks there is 0.0% chance that law enforcement will deal with them or brief them on anything after that, after those. They weren't before, they are not now. I can tell you that. They're just, I mean, that was the dumbest thing I've ever seen on this case.
Me too. And I do want to say, a lot of people are saying that Tony was fired by Caleb Harris's family. Tony put out a statement, and I'm paraphrasing, saying, no, they just decided to part ways because Seth needed his help more at the moment than Caleb's family. So let's put that out there. The Caleb Harris's family has not come out and said they have fired Tony. So let's just stop that rumor right there. Okay, let's go back to the very beginning, Steve. One thing that I found very shocking, excuse me, is when I first heard Chris and Katie Proudfoot on a live stream talking about the case. Chris Proudfoot so glibly and gleefully talked about hitting Sebastian with a belt. It was just one time, and it was over the pants. When I heard that, I became infuriated. That's abuse. But he was fine with it. And I heard, and he kept going on these, all of these live streams. He eventually, I don't know if you saw this or not, Steve, but we had Chloe and Heather on, and then Chris and Seth came on, and it got very contentious. Yeah. And but I was shocked to see what Chris Proudfoot was doing. Now, that is Sebastian's stepfather. What do you think about that?
Well, I'll tell you, I had a conversation with Chris about this, and I am not endorsing it at all. But I think him and Katie hit a point where you can only be accused literally of murdering your kid so many times before you just kind of unleash. And
I agree.
And I don't, law enforcement has indicated there's nothing. So I get that part of it. And what Chris and I talked about was, quite frankly, I'm not saying I agree with it at all, but he was very honest about it. He said that happened one time like that. And we talked about, like, when I was in school, these type of paddles, like the teachers would have the paddles like on the wall, it used to be allowed, like at least in Arizona. So I'm not saying it's right, but I don't think he was like beaten, I think, Chris is going to stand up for him and his wife, and and Sebastian, and again, I will say and I don't have any sides of that. I'm only concerned about Sebastian in the case, but I've had private conversations with him. And he's given me very, very truthful and accurate information, you know, and that's stuff that he does want people searching for Sebastian. He 100% does, and he's willing to share critical information if he trusts you and he knows that your tensions are real. So I understand he comes off abrupt. I get it. I'm not here to defend that. He can do that himself, but you know, he was honest with me about it, and you know, so
no, and I understand what you're saying. I do. You're right. Like we said, you're going along in your life, and then boom, you're thrown into this.
Right.
But the problem was they gave such a bad impression.
It does, and I'll be honest, I don't think he's going to apologize for that.
Oh no,
I get it does, but I also, and I know you said you agree, but I get, like, there's some people that say that are just like
horrible.
Katie killed him and did this, and like there's just nothing to
horrible.
That. Or that Chris, like they've said, you know, people got to remember, it's not just even TBI's involved in this case. The FBI is also involved in this case, and they have done forensics on those vehicles, where exactly they were at exact times, and there's a lot of surveillance between here and Memphis, and you know, so you know, it's a lot like the Kylie Rodney case. Everybody thought, hey, you know, they're letting these kids run these interviews and stuff, but little did everybody know, because Sammy had said, hey, we'll do them in the trailer. They're allowed to bug the trailer if they have the owner's permission, and Kylie's grandfather was the owner, so they bugged that thing. It was a video and audio bugged, and all those kids, everything they told was on.
Wow,
was all evidence.
Right.
That's the first time I've ever disclosed that, but since the case is wrapped up, I don't mind it. But I mean, so they're actually a little smarter than people give them credit for. What they were doing was listening to real conversations that they thought were private, the kids thought were private, and they got a lot of good intelligence out of that. You know?
Good.
Right.
So I think you got to believe them when they say, and they're not. I think, listen, you guys have been around this business as long as they've been. They're not. Law enforcement's not acting like they're not a suspect, but they kind of are. You know, they're acting like there's no suspects. You know,
but they've come out and said that Chris and Katie and Seth have cooperated 100%, and I want to stress there's nothing to suggest that any of them have done anything wrong, and nobody is apologizing for anybody. What we're trying to do is present the truth of what is going on. Okay.
Yeah.
I told Chris Proudfoot to his face, I thought that was abusive what he did to Sebastian. That doesn't mean he had anything to do with the disappearance. Law enforcement has not even hinted that Seth and Chris and Katie have had anything to do with this. It just seems like the kid vanished, and it's so frustrating. But there is, like you said, there's all this stupid drama going around out there that is causing the problems. And Seth is making it worse with that damn cease and desist. And Tony said there's going to be more coming.
Yeah.
Bring it on. I mean,
I agree. I'll be happy to DM them my address.
Exactly.
You know, but just keep in mind, this all started where this really meltdown really began was with Seth getting rid of Chloe and Trevor. That's where it really accelerated the downfall. You know,
that's what started it. Exactly.
That was just such a bad idea. I mean, the two people that he truly needed, not that he needed, two people that Sebastian truly needed that were involved in this case, he cut loose because I don't know, because of Tony.
Yeah,
who
exactly.
Is a art salesman. So
exactly, and again, I want to stress anybody out there that says, "Oh, Chloe leaked a phone call." No, she didn't. No, she didn't. Chloe didn't leak information about Katie Proudfoot's mother. That was already out there a long time before Chloe even mentioned anything about paperwork with information. So quit blaming Chloe because she didn't do it.
Yeah.
Okay. And I've heard Seth say some awful things about her.
Yeah, and again, I think that comes down to a jealousy thing. I really do. I think that people out there understand that Chloe is, first of all, very, very talented investigator and search and rescue, and she's not going to back down to him, and I think that makes him mad and makes him jealous, and he wants the spotlight on him. The spotlight, you know, Chloe intentionally does not put the spotlight on herself because she wants it on the victim. She wants it on Sebastian.
Yes, exactly.
And you know, but Seth wants it all on him, and he wants to be running the show, and you know, you can tell he's like, people are making money on these live streams and stuff. Well, you're the one going. You were going on them every single night, like up to 2 or 3, 4 in the morning. You know?
Exactly. And you know what? And guess what? When Nancy Grace talks about Sebastian, she makes money. This is what people do for a living. They talk about true crime. They talk about what's in the news.
Right.
A lot of people in chat are asking, and I'm curious as well, Steve, what do you think happened to Sebastian?
So I do a lot of autistic search and rescue stuff, and I have 2 certifications in it. 50% of autistic children will run away once before their 17th birthday. They become overstimulated. We even heard from his teachers, I believe, in the last few weeks, that he was seeking out like enclosed spaces. When autistic kids would get overstimulated, unfortunately they often seek out water. But he was going in enclosed places. I don't know if they're 100% true, but there's been stories that he may have been hiding under vehicles in the neighborhood. And I think what happened was, I think something was wearing on him, and I think he became overstimulated, and I think he walked off. And and they stem, which is the movements and stuff. And so I think he walked off, and that now it's much thicker now than it was, but still it's really easy to get caught up in that brush or in those trees. It is so thick. When I was there for the Riley Strain case a couple weeks ago, I went out there one morning and I was shocked. I mean,
how come?
It is so thick. I mean, and I know it wasn't as thick when Sebastian went missing, but what these searchers like Chloe and her team are up against is brutal. I mean, it's hard. I mean, it is. I flew a drone over the top of it, and in fact, I put it on Twitter. You cannot see. It's a total canopy. You can very rarely get glimpses of the ground. So it's really easy. Look, in search and rescue, listen, we miss people because we hasty search, and which means we're looking for a live person. So we're covering area quickly and with about a 40% detection rate. But what we're banking on is the person's alive, and they'll maybe notice us. In other words, we're not grid searching. And if you go to that grid search, it's way more intensive and time intensive, and so it's really easy to miss somebody. Look at like Danielle Owens in Tennessee. I don't know if you remember that one. She was in a cornfield. It took it had been drone searched, and there she was, just a couple hundred yards away from the house. And the guy in Iowa, the trucker, just a few weeks ago, they found him. And it's often you find people close in areas that have been searched. I mean, it's not a perfect it's search and rescue. Search and SAR/R, which is search and rescue recovery, is a more time intensive. That's when you're looking for remains, but I don't think they have that manpower available right now at county level to dedicate to this. And if they do, I don't think they'll do that till fall, to the trees are thinned down.
Fall, the leaves fall. Well, in the beginning, when Sebastian went missing, they did bring out a lot of power, didn't they? A lot of search power, right?
It was a huge response, and I commend them for that. That was a huge, well-run search, but it's not all perfect. I guarantee, that is all private land there. And even though the county search teams, they don't have they can't, without a warrant, they can't go on those properties, So I guarantee there's pockets that haven't been searched, in especially that area to the north. I know that I had put out maps. I thought that was very likely area, and then I've talked to Chloe lately, and that's exactly where they were working, not because of my maps, but they felt the same, she felt the same way. Like that, I know that, but with her team, even working day after day, like it's hard to get through that stuff. And so you can't cover a lot of ground, even in a full day.
Right. And it's muggy and hot. And oh my God. And plus, if you have dogs, you can't have them working too hard.
The dogs, yeah. And also, like, listen, most handlers aren't going to let their dogs go. I mean, these are like pricker bushes. These are, this is like nasty stuff. And then when it's this thick, now when in the fall, it'll be a different story. But when it's this thick, handlers don't want their dogs like getting all caught up and everything. And so, but then it also becomes, okay, we got to think, it had to be, I don't think he's in a crazy hidden area. I think it's an area that was moderately difficult to get into, but now is really difficult. So, you don't need to be necessarily searching the impossible areas, because I don't think that was his intention. But I think, he could have hit some sort of small well or something that might not be documented, or who knows. It's and I listen, I just want to say to you, I hope I'm wrong. I hope somebody has him.
Wouldn't that be great? Oh my God.
Yeah. I mean, that I would love to be wrong. Trust me. I just think it's been a very long time now, though, with a lot of publicity. And
I always go back to Elizabeth Smart. Salt Lake City, that's where I was from, and I participated in search Everybody thought she was dead. Everybody thought Richard Reese killed her. Boom, she shows up with her kidnappers in the middle of
downtown. I mean, she was literally had been sleeping with those people in downtown for months, for years.
She went to a party. She went to a party. They took her picture, but she had like this veil mask thing on. Nobody recognized her. So anything is possible. And let's hope that something crazy like that.
And there is, you got to do the search and rescue because it's an option, but it doesn't mean that you determine that he's deceased. Because listen, I guarantee. I know Sumner County and TBI and everybody's getting a lot of flack too. I guarantee there's a lot of hard investigation going on in those offices, like they're checking out every lead, but you gotta have search and rescue happening at the same time. So you're covering everything. Just because search and rescue is out there and we're talking about search and rescue doesn't mean that he's deceased.
Exactly. And Beth B, absolutely. Old wells can be very dangerous and you may not even know they're out there. That's the thing.
And people dig stuff, like people got like when I was driving around, a lot of those people got tractors and stuff. You never know what they dig holes for to get rid of, maybe garbage, whatever it may be. You could have uncovered, stuff, and now you've had a grass canopy roll over it or something, and they just have missed him, but I think, listen, those cease and desist letters they can send as many as they want. I don't think you're going to get people like Chloe to quit. So I think there's searchers are still going to be out there. I think he's going to be found. The people are not quitting and because of Seth. Just not my guess.
Well, just the opposite. I think
not keeping him informed any longer.
Yeah.
But law enforcement is being kept informed.
They know what's going on. Exactly. A question from Kelly J. But why would he leave in the middle of the night? And I want to add without his shoes. It probably has something to do with him and his disability, correct?
Yeah, I mean, so autistic people that are on the spectrum have much less sensation to pain, and they also get very tunnel focused on things. If something could have overstimulated him and he was seeking out, a comfort. What worries me is, and I know he's not in there because I know they drain that retention pond, is, when in search and rescue, like 84% of autistic kids that there's missions for will be found in or near water. I mean, it's incredible how they seek out water. And it worries me how that dog, that Max, went to the retention pond and went in the retention
pond. He did. That's right. There was a hit there.
But they, apparently, from what I understand, they essentially drained that.
They did. Yeah.
So, but it worries me. I don't know, and I don't, it's something I haven't talked to Chris about, so I'm just speaking in generalities. I don't know what his, I've actually heard Seth say that he loves swimming.
Right. He loves water. Right.
That's worrisome. There's a lot of retention ponds in that area. And so he could have, perceived something incorrectly. I think that there was, from what I understand, and I don't know this for certain, but there was talk of him potentially moving to Seth's place. I've heard from somebody very close situation that he loved his teachers and his school. And I think that really stressed him out about potentially not having that. And also, I'm not here to bag on Seth. I think he's made some horrible decisions, but I don't understand what that plan was going to be because Seth works 12-hour shifts. And and he's told us over and over that Sebastian can't take care of himself. He's so dependent, but he was going to leave him for 12-hour shifts. And then I guess Seth would come home and you got to believe he's going to sleep 6 or 8 hours. So that means Sebastian's on his own for 18 hours, 19 hours a day, So I don't, maybe that was stressing him out.
It could be. It absolutely could be. Yeah. Wims wants to know, do we know how highly functioning was Sebastian or is Sebastian?
For different, like from what I've heard, I hear what Seth says, where he says that, he seems to be pretty dependent, although he's going to leave. But from Chris, I mean, he seems like, he's not at a 15-year-old level, but he's not at an 8-year-old level. He's in school, he has friends, teachers. You see the videos of him laughing and playing and having fun. He's driving the whatever track backhoe thing or whatever it's called.
Right.
The Bobcat. So I mean, this isn't a kid that is completely dependent. So I think. And in 15, listen, he's at an odd age, I mean, just for everybody, so there's a lot going on. And then you throw in the autistic factor and the lack of fear and liking cocoon-like places and water stuff to comfort them can be a dangerous situation,
Exactly. Real quickly, Marcy MS says, I just got here tonight. Are his parents no longer suspicious? His parents have never been under suspicion by law enforcement, according to law enforcement. They've always been cooperative. And Lynn Iron brings up a good point. Wasn't there a teenager that got stuck in a wall or a chimney a few years back? And do you know, Steve Fisher, if any abandoned homes are being searched?
I don't know. I about the homes. Before I went out for the Riley Strain case, there was a couple call them like outbuildings. They're like, I guess, like mini barns maybe, that I noticed just on Google Earth, and they just look very appealing to me, you know, for an autistic kid, along with like tractors that are parked in the open thing. And I've talked to Chloe about those, and Chloe's like, they've searched ones that they've had. I think there's properties that they haven't yet had access to because of homeowners not being in town or whatever. But they, you know, there's just a lot of those, whatever you want, sheds. They're bigger than sheds, whatever you want to call them. A lot of them to search. And you know, I think that those are prime places to find, you know, someone like this.
Good. Is it me or is she muted?
Yeah, I think she's muted.
Sorry, my dog had a squeaky toy and it's so melted. Beth B said, I've read that Seth couldn't recognize the person that was taking out the trash too blurry. Now there is a video of somebody taking out the trash that Sunday night. Katie said it is Sebastian, but Seth said he couldn't recognize him. Have you heard that, Steve?
Yeah. So, I mean, I've heard, you know, I've talked to Chris about that, and I think they're certain, when I say they, I'm talking about law enforcement, that it is him. And I don't know exactly where I heard this. I don't know if it was in one of the briefings with law enforcement or if I heard it from Chris, but it's not just him, the shadowy figure going out, but then when it returns to the house, Sebastian's light goes on in his room.
Right.
So I think that's another good indicator. Listen, the dogs pick up the scent leaving the house, right? So if we're going to believe that, then we know that he had to come back to the house. I just think, like, you got to believe that he made it back to the house, you know?
Yeah, I agree. Like you said, he could have been many reasons why he took off without his shoes. I've heard a lot of people say he may have been running for his life. Maybe his mom was mad. I don't know. The police have not said that that's the case. Again,
The shoes was confusing.
Yeah, very confusing.
You know, I don't know, but we also don't know. And I don't know if Chris possibly had old work boots or something in the garage that maybe that they don't even know aren't accounted for. You know what I mean? Because I don't know if they're even the same size foot. The shoes is confusing, but I can also see it, you know, in the way that the scent line apparently goes, you know, where it goes out the front door, down the fence line, back, and then across, you know, that's all across the grass. And then, you know, then it'll hit that road. And that construction site will be patted down, you know, dirt. And keep in mind, people with autism have much less, their pain reception is much less.
It's different.
Other people. So he's not going to have the same, you know, sense of pain that we might.
Exactly. Do you know if I've never heard of this, the Henderson Mounted Unit? I'm assuming that's law enforcement on horses. Do you know if they were called in?
I don't know if they were. I do. You know, I can't recall if I saw them in Riley's case or in Sebastian's. I know they were on one of them, but I don't know which one. So I hate to misspeak. But they brought out. Listen, it was definitely a mutual aid search. You know, EMA put on a huge response, and they did a great job. I mean, and that's the thing with search and rescue is, it's, you know, once it's determined that the person or the target is you know, couldn't be alive in that search zone anymore, they got to scale back. Or if they've searched it all, they've got to scale it back, because these are, you know, like, the resources got to go other places. So it's really frustrating, and people don't understand why search and rescue gets called off and stuff like that. But unfortunately, and listen, being on search and rescue teams, it's heartbreaking to get that stand down call over the radio. You know, it's like, oh man. Yes. But that's when it's important when people like Chloe and her team come in, you know, and that's why I do not understand what Seth is doing to sabotage that. And you know, and Seth talks about how much search and stuff. I've personally never seen Seth on, you know, I've never seen video of him searching or anything. I've seen him around the area, you know, around the area, and I know that there was a couple staged ones that I know who filmed it, but you know, he's got to let these people that are really dedicated, they're doing it for free, which is, you know, let them, you know, stop what he's doing and support them. And like, they should, hopefully, I know they're continuing, hopefully they'll never report to him again. They should only, in my opinion, I hope they only report to law enforcement, but Seth should just leave them alone. They're trying to find his son.
Exactly.
You know, and let them do their thing, because they are his greatest asset. He might not realize it, but he's going to realize it. It's going to hit home when everything else is, because everything around him is, everybody's leaving, you know.
Exactly. And I can, you know, it's sad, but I feel like I can almost write this script, Steve. Yeah. And that is, at some point, Seth is going to look back and go, what was I thinking? I hear Seth, and I haven't heard Chris and Katie on for quite some time, but when they were coming on, it was all about them. It was all about Seth and how, you know, he was going through this horrible time, and Chris and Katie. And it's like, where is the, oh my God, what's Sebastian? What happened to him? Is he going through? I'm so terrified. Is he being held? And I don't, you know, again, you go along in your life and you just have a few people in your life, and then boom, the internet just envelops you. And you have people telling you that they love you and they're sending you money and you're getting all this attention.
And you have spokespersons and, you know,
exactly. Exactly.
You're selling merchandise. You know, there's sites out there that he's got, you know, but in the end, it's all about, you know, listen, we're not hearing from law enforcement because they want no part of this.
Right. Oh yeah. No, they hate this.
And, you know, they do want that search help, and like, I don't want to overstep, you know, anything, but listen, they respect those searchers that have stayed out of it and continue to search.
Right.
And those people are reporting to law enforcement now. They're not reporting to Seth or anybody else. And
that's right.
It doesn't matter what Seth says because they're working under the authority of law enforcement now. And it's, you know, they had their shot and they can say, we don't want you looking at my son's name. Doesn't matter. It's been a public call for a missing person, you know, and people are and people that respond appropriately and with a call out from law enforcement are still doing their thing. And those are heroes in the case, you know, and well,
I agree. I want to address Jazz Doby in chat, who's been posting some things. Sebastian going missing has nothing to do with Seth. Well, here's the problem, Jazz. Seth has created this whirlwind of drama that is causing problems for the search for his son. And that's why we're talking about Seth. That's why we were talking about Chris and Katie in the beginning, is come on, hey, this is what I do, is we talk about everything surrounding the case. And because Seth and Tony have sent out these ridiculous letters that nobody that deals with missing children have ever seen before, he has created this discussion around him. Okay. And we talk about Sebastian all the time. We put up his picture, we put up the phone number. But again, this is created. In the beginning, it was Chris and Katie Proudfoot that were stirring up all the drama. Now it's Seth and Tony. And it's something to discuss because it is so bizarre. So you certainly don't have to listen. You're welcome to stay, but please be polite to our guest. We don't allow anybody to be rude to our guests. So thank you very much. Anyway.
You know, what you were just saying is so right, because yes, Seth didn't have anything to do with Sebastian going missing, but he does have something to do with the effort for him to be found, and he's really turned away a lot of people. Like, you know, again, I don't want to overstep, but I'll give a little way. You know, when he made that just dumb move of getting rid of Chloe and telling them they couldn't search. You know, I had put out on Twitter a couple weeks before that, like what I thought, you know, would be one way to approach this would be to put together a team of like 12 or, you know, or 8 to 10 additional people to what Chloe's already got now, which are professional people, and have everybody have SAR qualifications, be background checked, and go through everything you do if you're a member of the law enforcement team, and get law enforcement's approval for that team to come in. But it would be a very expensive effort because I'm talking about bringing in like people, you know, kind of like an all-star team from around the country and people with canines and stuff. And you know, when I talked to Chloe about that, and that is not, I didn't give Chloe any idea. This is not something Chloe wasn't already definitely thinking of, you know, and so I have you know, law enforcement, I believe, is good with that. But now, because of these cease and desist and people being thrown off, I don't think the money could be raised for an effort like that, which would be, you know, all these people that really wanted to help find Sebastian and Daniel. I don't, you know, because it would be expensive. I mean, the searchers aren't paid or anything, but travel expenses and for the canines to come in and the lodging, it's going to be, you know, for 10 days, it's going to be $40,000, you know, and I don't think there's any chance of raising that money now to do a search, a true, like, with a big team for 10 straight days. I don't think that ability is there anymore because I think people are just over it with the drama.
Exactly. All the drama that was brought in is just, again, causing the problems.
Yep.
And it's too bad because.
I'm just going to stop it there for a second. So just to come back to that. So I absolutely agree. This is the first time I'm listening to this. I had seen where SF Investigate Steve said that, you know, he was going to be going on the web sleuths, but I didn't see the show up until now that I'm watching it with you guys. And I totally agree with that. about the so had it stayed the course with Seth, and then with people helping out, trying to help him out with money, had it stayed that course, people were being very giving and helpful and stuff like that. But the tides have definitely turned on Seth, and it's because of these decisions that he's been making, which is turning off people like myself, in a sense. So I've never been about the drama of this case, but yet there's been tons of drama happening, and correct, it started off with the Proudfoots for sure. And then basically it flipped a switch, and all of a sudden it is about, Seth and Tony now, all the drama and people riding off of all that drama and stuff like that. I think it's rather disgusting. And when I say disgusting, I'm going to put that out to the parent, like YouTubers, whatever, right? Whatever high moral ground, low moral ground you reach during this case, whatever. You want to be a grifter, grift, if you don't, stuff like that. But at the end of the day, yeah, let me put it this way. For me as a parent, myself, to watch how this has unfolded of what's going on in Sebastian's case, I find an utter embarrassment to the fact that this is about Sebastian, and it's been turned into a three-ring circus act, really. And Seth, now for him to try to raise money off of people to be able to help him aid in the search and stuff like that, it's going to be like climbing the freaking mountain, to be honest with you. He's telling people, so he already has a YouTube channel that has a few, subscribers to it, a couple hundred last time I looked. When I knew about it, he probably had like 100, just from a couple videos. So then he talks about that he's going to be, doing basically, instead of going on the shows like he was willingly doing, right? Then it turned into a big farce, in a sense, and he's been making some really bad choices. Then he basically is telling people hey, you know what? I'm going to ask you guys for money, and you guys are going to have to pay for it. Well, Seth created his own drama, and continues to do so, sadly. It's too bad because, I don't believe, and I agree, Ben, I don't believe in my heart of hearts that Seth or the Proudfoot had anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance. I know it might seem like, obviously, Katie, meaning she was the one home with Sebastian and stuff like that. Always my original thought was that Sebastian left and that he had hurt himself, meaning basically he was alive when he left, and then he's off somewhere dead in the woods somewhere. That's probably the more, if I was to say, probably the more accurate line, or that somebody aided in helping him. You would have thought because of vehicle that would have been noticed on cameras, faulty cameras, so there's enough cameras around. But I don't, in my heart of hearts, believe, looking at the timeline, that the Proudfoots did anything besides look like, to me, pieces of shits as parents and stepdad aiding for Sebastian. And I don't, like I said, your son's missing, your stepchild's missing, and you're acting like a complete narcissistic buffoon. I don't care how much you're attacked or not. It's one of those things why would I pay attention to that stuff? Why would I even care, knowing that people are going to say a lot of stuff? But to sit there and try to think that you're going to win a war with people, and that's just, I guess, live and learn for them. That to sit there and try to talk sense into certain people, it's not going to happen. There's people that are smart enough, in a sense, to know better. And then there's people that involve themselves in the drama, which Christopher Proudfoot did. But I would not still embarrass myself to the extent that he has, and Seth at this point, in how they've been acting. And honestly, they keep saying it's about Sebastian. If it was truly about Sebastian, those two, Chris and Seth, would shut their traps, and that they would get back to being kumbaya, and sit there and work together to find Sebastian, instead of these stupid kindergarten attack for attack, and then involve Tony in here, who's literally being a hypocrite to why he said he was here helping, and it's just ridiculous watching it. Like I said, I'm embarrassed for them because I think they're embarrassing themselves, and it just needs to get back on to just Sebastian. Like, listening to this for me, I'm enjoying this. I'm not sitting here listening to Christopher Proudfoot go off on how great he is of a human being and how protective he is and how that he is and whatever. Seth lost his marbles along the way here. He's not listening to the right people, and he's making really bad choices. Those are his choices that he has to live with. But if he thinks that people are going to donate now as much as to help him out to search for his child, when he's saying that he's going to go on his own YouTube channel and that he's going to make people pay to get information, and all that stuff. And it's like, people were good for when he needed them for, and now all of a sudden it's kind of like, well, let me just trash talk them, and they're just doing it for money, clicks, and views and stuff like that. Look, if you learn some life lessons along the way, great. A little too late, though, because it should have been about Sebastian all along instead of this whole freaking mess that's going on. Listening to Steve here, I'll say he sounds, I would say, a little bit better here than when I read some of his Facebook posts can seem very harsh, and that I think he's tamed it down a little bit when he's speaking. But he's kind of one of those guys that just is like me. You just kind of tell it like you see it, call a spade and stuff like that. But I think it's going to be a frosty day. That the amount of support that they could have had a ton of support working together, but because that's not what happened, and then it became, everyone in favor of Seth versus Christopher Proudfoot, and everyone was putting out money to the GoFundMe, to Seth's Cash App. But everything that's transpired, like I said, if somebody gives you a nickel anymore to help you, you should be very grateful, considering the way that adults are acting in the case of a missing child. That's the thing, right? You're never going to get rid of, the only way you're going to get rid of some of this is if the actual platforms take a stance on what's acceptable. But at this point, they're not even close to that, to be honest with you, about content. Just because knowing some of the, even if it's not in true crime, but just knowing some of the stuff that people get away with, is just shocking to me, to be honest, that videos are, I can't help it, but I keep going back to this one video I watched, from, I think, what are they called? Something idiots, they're called. And I watched this video where they were faking a robbery, and with guns and everything. And they play practical jokes on people. And they're literally doing this to innocent people that walked in a store and then getting a gun pulled on them, acted like they're being arrested, and then telling them that it's just a joke. How YouTube even finds that acceptable to even allow a video like that to make it to the platform and be okay is just beyond me personally. I couldn't imagine that I'd be in a store and someone's playing this pull out a gun trick and put me up against a car acting like they're police officers and stuff like that, or whatever it was they were doing, and thinking that type of video was okay to show. I mean, it was just absurd to me. That, like, I couldn't help it. I just reported it because I was like pissed off. I couldn't believe that was an acceptable video to put out there. Like, seriously, like, how low do channels go in order to get a click and a view and stuff like that? But you're not going to get rid of the YouTubers, TikTokers, and whatever, but hopefully, for any person that has a missing child, this is not how to go down the path of getting help. But even as it sits right now, I would say to Christopher and Seth, I don't really say so much about Katie, because Katie, she pipes up every now and again. Right? It's always Christopher that's talking for her. I would just say, stop the shit and actually start working together. And you might build a better force again that way, of people that actually want to see some genuine working together to help find Sebastian. But to be honest, like myself, it's kind of like the drama shit doesn't entice me. It's embarrassing to even watch what's been going on. That, to me, it was like, okay, so I'll cover the case and show his picture to show that he's missing, but I'm not going to involve myself with all this drama from adults when it's a child that's missing, right? And the focus should be on Sebastian and not how these parents are acting. I don't know. Anyways, that's just my 2 cents, and it's worth something, at least to me anyway.
They had such great support.
Yeah.
So
They're a great team. I mean, listen, you're not, you're not, I mean, both Trevor and Chloe are just amazing at what they do. And
yes.
For them, and the way he went off on Trevor, oh my God,
Yeah, and I was so confused, and I don't know if you even want to talk about this, but what happened? I thought Trevor was helping him, and then all of us,
it sure seemed to me like it was, it revolved around that recorded call.
Mm-hmm.
That's where it started, and that Chloe didn't have anything to do with that. I know that. I was involved. I had a copy of that call. I was asked my opinion on it, if I thought it was a credible threat against Chloe. So I know. Listen, Seth's the one who leaked it. Let's just be honest. He even said that to Heather. He
gave it to a YouTuber.
Yes, and and so he's the responsible one, and now he's trying to play it off. It just blows my mind. So anyway, he used that as an excuse when he was going off on Trevor, but it sure sounded to me like it was a lot more jealousy than anything. Like why are you getting this attention? Why are you at Chloe's house? Why are you, like he was saying these crazy things that nothing to do with, like, he didn't have an argument like, hey, right, I want you on because you did this, or you leaked this, you did. It was just nonsense. It was like, hey boy, like, I don't get it. And then the next day, Chloe's gone. Oh, and the other thing was that he went off on about was that they apparently like kind of gave a heads up that they were going to get rid of Chloe, and he said he thought that was a really bad idea. And Tony got mad at him for sticking up for Chloe.
Yeah.
Chloe's the sharpest one that they've had that ever will have on that team, and so it all started crumbling down. It was already melting down, but when Tony came in, I don't understand. I wish Tony to this day would just tell us what is his plan. Like, right, what is the end goal? What are you trying? How are you trying to find him? Is this about having 2 a.m. chats with all women, or is this about finding Sebastian? Like, exactly. What is the plan? Like, put it out there. Like, there is a search and rescue plan on paper. It's like a 55-page plan. I know that for a fact. What is his plan?
Right.
I don't get it at all.
A very good point. And what is the plan? And how about letting people that want to help?
Yes. But if they're going to be on people's property, or they're going to be dealing with law enforcement intelligence, and if they need to be background checked. And,
absolutely. Absolutely. I did have a question from Marlene Clausen. Wanted to know how you became a private investigator. You've been doing it for quite a long time. How did all that start, Steve?
So it started in like 1999, I believe. I originally thought I wanted to get into aviation, and so I was a pilot, and I flew for the Attorney General's office in Texas for a while, and we would do so. I was flying, and also flying the governor, and as a co-pilot with him, and we would fly search and rescue missions too. And then I started with another team there in Austin. We're flying. This is before thermal drones and everything, so we're flying fixed wing aircraft, and we were actually specializing in finding other aircraft or helicopters that are going down. And so then the missing, it was kind of a progression of that. I was never on the ground. I was always, because I was air sport. But then the case of Madeline McCann over in Portugal just like drew me in to, like, and, so then that's when I, pursued, getting licensed. And I've also been in-house investigator for a couple of law firms that specialize in like family law. That'd be more like parental abduction, so custodial, interference type stuff. But but it started with flying search and rescue.
Interesting. We got a couple of other questions here in chat that I would like to ask. So hang on just 1 second here. There's one here. Jazz Dobie says, please tell me what the Proudfoots or the Bower Soxes are doing. Well, we don't know. That doesn't mean they're not doing something,
So Bower Sox, I don't know. I've never spoken to, but Chris, I think Chris and Katie are a lot more involved than people think. There are people that talk to them. They're a great source of information. They encourage searching. Chris has been very helpful, and like when I've run search zones by him, what his thoughts are. If he knows the owner of it, he lets know. Like he listen. He's been extremely helpful. Just because he doesn't feel that, especially the way they've been treated, that he has to tell everything. And I think
he's right.
That's definitely his right. Like they have donated a lot of money to put up billboards of their own money, and when the same group that arranged those billboards, asked Seth for if he wanted to put any money in from the GoFundMe, he said no. So they are doing stuff. And I'll tell you, I don't even know if I should supposed to say this, but they since that talk came out from T-Rev about the purchase of the weapon, they legitimately have some fear.
Back up, because you just saw the very confused look on my face, which is a face I make a lot. What weapon?
So I don't know if you're like on YouTube. Isn't there? Well, you're not monetized, right? I know that.
No, you're good. You can say whatever you want. We're fine.
So T-Rev came out, and when there was there's been this drama where there's a female involved, and that T-Rev is now going out with, and he's moved to Tennessee. But apparently Seth, I don't know, thought he had a thing with. Anyway, T-Rev came out and said that Seth asked him to purchase a pistol for him, and he would buy it in cash from him.
Whoa. Okay.
And that's an illegal transfer, because you cannot the person, even though you can do private party transfers in Tennessee without a background check, you can't have somebody go to a gun store and sign the form, and you have to check it saying that you're purchasing it for yourself. And if you already know that you have a buyer in advance, you can't. And it's like, why did he want a gun that was off the books? That's kind of scary. And so they took that as a threat, or they didn't take it as a threat. I shouldn't say they took it as a threat. They are concerned. And so I think they are, just watching their backs. And so I think that's why you saw them go dark.
Just quickly, Angel. CGK said Dolly is trash, in my opinion. So I'm pretty sure he was, I think maybe you missed what he said there. Because he did say, CJK did say, won't bash, or missed what she said there. Sorry, I said he on there. So I've watched him, but I don't like it when people make fun of missing children by like putting out a thumbnail, and then that, I seen Sebastian, something like that. And, just the crap that some people do for a title and stuff like that. Yeah, and then you apologized. Yeah, that's it. I think Angel didn't read that properly, perhaps. Because of that comment. But anyways, when somebody is missing and stuff like that, to sit there and try to propagate, revenue and shit off of those type of thumbnails. I'm just not down with that shit myself. I never watched that one because I haven't watched a few. I don't really watch him anyway. I've watched some stuff, but I thought he could be very comical for sure in certain things, but I've seen some of the thumbnails that are just an absolute turn off.
Listen, it is concerning. Why did he want a pistol? Why do you want T-Rev to buy him a pistol? And T-Rev said it over and over, and I believe him. I do. I mean, I don't have any proof of it, and there, it was a phone conversation, so there's no, like text to show it. But it would be a crazy claim to make if it was a lie, and Seth hasn't come out and said it's a lie.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you for explaining that. See, I can't keep up. I just can't.
I know. Yeah.
We have a question from KCG. Wants to know, is there any information about the reward money and the GoFundMe? I'm not even sure. I know Seth had a GoFundMe, but that was all I know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I know Seth has or had. When I know that when Tony came on, there was talk about setting up a trust. I haven't heard of that ever get done. I know there was supposedly, and this is just from what I've read, there was like $3,000 of reward money, but it was like promissory notes through an attorney. And if you wanted to donate to the reward fund, you had to mail a check. You would only take a check and have you made out to this attorney in Nashville. And I don't know if there's a reward offer, and I don't believe in rewards personally myself, so I haven't followed it that much. But that's what I've heard. So,
how come you don't believe in rewards?
Because we already have such a problem when we have these cases. They become high profile as investigators. The families get so many scam calls. Like,
absolutely.
I have your kid, and if you don't send me $1,000, and the next, if you don't Western Union it, and it's always overseas. And listen, we know they're scams, but we still have to investigate it. It takes away from it, and it scares the hell out of families.
Yeah.
There's a bigger, and listen, you look at Adam Montgomery. They were in a motel room with some homeless people that knew that he was taking Harmony in a U-Haul somewhere.
Oh my God, that's right.
For $200,000, they didn't even come forward.
They didn't come forward. That's right.
They just don't work. And then when you go to collect them, it's like I had one. I collected one. There was a case that I found a person and they just happened to have a reward. So I'll reward. It was through one of the top 5 largest law enforcement agencies in the country, and it was $10,000. And so they came back to the lawyer committee and they said the donor said they're not going to give the money anymore. And I was like, well, you never said it was a donor. You put it on your thing. So we actually had to negotiate it down to like half the amount. It was like,
oh, that's terrible.
You don't even know if they're there. And then it's like multiple people who claim it. I think if there's going to be a reward, it should only go through Crime Stoppers.
Right. That's the best way to handle it.
Crime Stoppers is great for you keep everything anonymous and the money's there, but then the families don't have to deal with these threats. But what it does is it becomes distracting because for the first 4 or 5 days, there's going to be these crazy claims that, they're going to be killed if you don't.
Exactly.
And families end up sending money.
Yeah, because they're panicked. They're scared to death. Sharon Marlowe said Seth said he has spent some of the money for flyers, and I have heard that, and that's great. I think that's wonderful.
Yes.
So
I agree. I always think with these GoFundMes, I have never once promoted a GoFundMe ever because I've just seen, I forget the name of the one in San Diego. I got so much hell over that, but ended up, it was a scam. But there's just so much that can go wrong. And if it doesn't get used for the right purposes, do people get too comfortable with the GoFundMe, as a income source? And it never seems to go. I do remember clearly, Seth, at least in one interview, talking about how this money was going to be used for search and stuff. And as far as I know, I don't think search ever got anything. Like, there's a lot of stuff you could use it for in search. I mean, there's equipment, just safety equipment. They had all those retention ponds, and they had people, going through with boots. So people need safety gear, and I'm not knocking Seth for it. Listen, he can do what he wants with it, but also then he was directing everybody to his Cash App. It's like, how much money really came in?
Right.
And I heard him say the other day that he's spent $25,000 in gas in his truck since it started. That would be something like I don't know, a couple 100,000 miles on this, right? I don't see how he spent $25,000 in gas.
Right. No, I see what you're saying. And I know there are a couple of people in chat saying, why are you talking about Seth? Seth is putting this out there.
Yeah, Seth has brought this to a screeching halt.
Yes, exactly.
There's no searching going on. There's some, but it's smaller scale. There's no call for people to come out anymore. There's nothing, it's like, there's nothing going on, Right.
And again, we're not bashing anybody. We are talking about what Katie and Chris Proudfoot have said and what Seth has said. And this is affecting everything surrounding Sebastian.
Yeah.
That's why we're talking about it. So again, and we're trying to be as honest as possible. We're not making things up for drama. No, we need to talk about this, because if we don't, what's going to happen is people are going to go out and then on all these other channels where they'll just make up crap about people. And we don't want that.
Yeah, we got to, like, it's important, I think, just to like get it out there and be like, this is where it stands. And then hopefully everybody can move to, okay, how do we support the search efforts, the legit search efforts, the ones that are accountable to law enforcement, and the ones that are, you know, the legit ones. And if resources are going to be given, I think, and I'm not pitching a GoFundMe. There's nothing set up that I know of for that anyways, but if people are going to give, maybe start chatter about how do you get those resources to actual search efforts, because the kid needs to be found. You know, when it comes down to it, and it's really tough conditions out there, and they need more people, and they need more canines, and they need the right equipment. And you know, I definitely think this is an effort that Chloe should lead.
Just gonna ask this. So, like, Chloe's up there. What's she doing if she's not talking on the live, though? Does she talk at any point during this? Because she only spoke for a brief second. Just curious. It's like she's up there, but is she just there to listen? Does she speak at all?
Yeah, but I think she needs the ability to bring in additional resources. And so you 100% should be the team leader. She's been running it. She knows the area. She's been running the searches. She's more than capable of leading it. But, you know, you need resources to do that.
Exactly. You need a lot of resources. And I'm just going to say, anybody in chat, if I see anybody saying anything rude, I'm going to kick them out. There'll be no more warnings or anything.
You go, Trish. As for, okay, quickly though, as for the GoFundMe, first and foremost, that GoFundMe was set up, and not just for helping for search. It was set up by Seth's sister for Seth, because he obviously still has bills to pay. That was clearly stated. So for anyone that kind of does forget that, it was clearly stated by Seth when the sister set that up, that it was to help him in the search aid for Sebastian. Plus he wouldn't be obviously working. So this was something that people willingly, unless they were dumb as they donated, this was something that was put into the GoFundMe, and Seth had said multiple times what that GoFundMe was for. It wasn't just simply for searching, it was also to aid him in the costs, because he still has bills to pay and stuff like that. So to me, that GoFundMe is, I'm sure, being handled appropriately by Seth for the exact uses that he's using it for, which was to help aid him in the search, all those different things. But it wasn't anything to do with a reward for Sebastian or anything like that. So anyone that says anything different, I will have to disagree, because that was clearly stated. And if people sometimes donate money, and then think that they have like a bigger right somehow because they donated money and stuff like that. Just like I've seen it where people donate to channels, and then all of a sudden they have this expectation, like somehow that they, like I remember with one channel with Suzanne Morphew's case, people start donating money, then they start, inputting themselves as if they have some sort of more right because they've donated. To me, when you donate money to people, when you help somebody out, it's with the expectation that there are no expectations. And if you put an expectation on there, well, then that tells me that you're not really a very unselfish person then, if you have expectations because you donate. Donating money is supposed to be about giving it with the unselfish act of you're there to help and not ask for anything back in return. That's how I see that. And if people, like I said, want to start bitching about, say, Seth's GoFundMe, that they donated to it, and then all of a sudden bitch about it, well, it was said right from the get-go what that GoFundMe was for. So, but then there's people that didn't donate. Actually, to be honest with you, The people that talk shit the most about GoFundMe's are the people that actually don't donate shit. Just like the people in here sometimes that I've had throughout the a couple of years, there's those odd people that want to sit there and bitch about stuff like that, and yet they don't donate shit. It's usually those people that actually have the biggest mouths, to be honest with you, on there than the actually people that donate. You'll have no one in chat. Yes, honey, the money was given to Seth. What have these channels done with the money they made? Well, personally, it's none of my business what the channels have made off of a story. You know, to me, I like, people can do whatever they want to do. People can choose to follow, they can watch and give their click and their view and their money and their whatever. Honestly, it's none of my business. I might have my own feelings about stuff like that, like we all do, but it's none of my personal business how someone earns their money themselves. If they want to be the biggest piece of scum of the earth and have a YouTube channel and have morons sit there and donate to them, you know, and stuff because they, you know, they're the greatest, they're the best, you know, you're the best person in the world. That they're going to do that. And who's going to stop them, right? Nobody, because it's nobody's really business what happens to that money. If somebody wants to follow a case, make fake, you know, enticing thumbnails and whatever, again, it might not be my morals, but obviously I'm not them, they're them. And the sad thing is that it's you people out there that follow the cases on those channels that go give it that extra view and that whatever, or if you're a donator to those channels, you know, type of thing. So it's kind of one of those things. It's like if people are feeding into those type of channels, like I said, like who am I to say that? Nobody, because people like drama. This channel barely gets any viewers off Sebastian's case anymore. Why? Because I haven't fed into the drama of it. If I did, I'm sure I'd get a lot more views, more donations and stuff like that. But that's the least of my worries at all, right? It's always about people first and foremost. But that doesn't mean everyone thinks that way. But I am not here to sit there and say that somebody shouldn't follow a channel or that they shouldn't donate to a channel, because we all know that there's a bunch of good people and there's a bunch of idiots in this world. And combined, that's what makes the world sadly go round. I just wish that the world did have more caring people in it, and right, perhaps less judgmental. I can be judgmental myself. I think we all are, definitely to a point. But then there's some people that are just like ridiculously judgmental, or think that there's a conspiracy to every freaking case out there, whatever. So it's one of those things. I don't worry about myself about that stuff, you know, but if something's going to be said about, say, the GoFundMe, then I have something to say about that, because Seth had already said about the GoFundMe right from the get-go of that GoFundMe. And it was put inside the sister that posted that GoFundMe. But he was very clear about where that money was going. So I'm going to be very clear back that that was said by Seth. So anyone bitching about that needs to go back and then look. But there's a lot of people that haven't seen those, perhaps because they're maybe part-time lurkers and only feed off of information of other people and stuff like that. Without ad blocker, I watch clippings channels. If you made that much and you're buying that pew by two, oh, is that what was said? I have no idea. So I knew about the whole, you know, because that kind of like for me rubbed me the wrong way. Oh yeah, you know, like I said, you know, I mean, to sit there and be braggadocious about that, it's kind of like, to me, Gray Hughes. You know, like I find him insulting, and idiots donate to him all the time. You know, but hey, if they like, if that's the channel that they like watching, and that he's raking like a ton of income off of, you know, all those people. Oh, you guys are The people that are donating are the, the idiots that are sitting here bashing him or whatever, and yet donating to him and stuff like that. So if they're making 36,000 or 50,000, which a lot of YouTubers are making a lot more than that, trust me. Okay. So when they act like they're poor, when you're a bigger channel and you see that they've gotten like let's say 100K views off of it, you know that they're at least earning about $700 off of that live, somewhere in that area, if not more. Okay. So these YouTubers that act like that they're don't make that much. No, this channel makes shit. Okay. The most this channel has ever made has been during the birthday. No, I think it was, well, Qwerty. It was mostly because of Qwerty and Charmaine. 2 times, I think this channel might have reached $1,400 for the month, twice in the 3 years. Typically, it's been like 600, 300, 400. Lately, not like a couple hundred, few hundred, just because I'm working, right? But there's no great profit being made. But then I'll never sell my soul to the devil. For when it comes to money, if people want to donate, fine, so be it. They want to send, hey, happy birthday, here's some birthday money, go enjoy your birthday. Here, you work hard, thank you very much. It's appreciated, but it's never expected. Some people just ride that gravy train, and they ride that gravy train maybe 3 times a day on their lives, because they know how much they're making off of each live that they go on. And the higher amount of subs they have and the more donators they have, all they're thinking about, some of them are just cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Let me just get another live in. Oh, cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. It's the right at the end of the day. Who are we to say how someone should earn their money? As long as we worry about what we do, that's all that matters. That's why it's like, yeah, I might be disgusted by what I see. Is that going to change anything? No, absolutely not. I hate it when things become about money. And Christopher Proudfoot is the one that made this about money, right? Because he was pissed off about the GoFundMe. When it's like, that's the least of your worries. Sebastian's missing, Seth was catfished, I wonder. Like I said, the whole gun thing, the girlfriend of Trev, T-Rev, I just didn't really involve myself in caring to know about that shit, because it was just useless drama at the end of the day. And it didn't help in trying to help for Sebastian. You're trying to get information out of, like, the information out of the timeline or the thoughts about Sebastian's case. What would have propelled? No child is going to run away if they're happy at home. It's that simple. There's only a few things that could have happened to Sebastian. He left on his own accord. He was aided, or somebody helped aid him to end his life, right? There's only so many options that could have happened. So it's one of those. But who knows? Like, who knows what happened to Sebastian? They're irrelevant. They're stupid. That's why I'm embarrassed that all this shit is even happening. But again, if a YouTuber wants to capitalize on it, on a case that's out there, that's their right to, if they want to do it. Just like it's your right to decide who you view or who you donate to, right? That's just the bottom line. No matter if I like it or not, that's just the bottom line of it. It's nobody's business unless, it's nobody's business to how people are spending their YouTube money or earning it. Because if you're that dense that you want to donate to a con person or a scammer and stuff like that, hey, go ahead. Keep giving your money freely away. Enjoy it. Keep watching it go as you keep going. Yeah, you're the greatest. You're the best out there. can't fix stupid. Wouldn't even try.
Because we are polite here. Do we understand? So anyway, there was, I lost my train of thought here. Hang on just one second. Hold on here. Oh, real quick. I do want to ask you about Riley Strain. Did you have anything, did you search for Riley at all? Are you familiar with his case?
Well, I'm the investigator in the case for his family. Yeah. So
let's talk about that. They don't, last I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, they don't believe it was just an accident. They think there's something more to it, right, for Riley?
Yeah, so where we stand on that is
a few more minutes.
There's a law firm involved in that, full disclosure. So, and I'm working under them. So I there's not much I can say. I can say I think a lot of people know I was in Tennessee. We were running tests at the site where we think he went in. I have done probably 15 or 18 witness interviews with key people, and we're waiting for the official autopsy to be released. There is somebody, coffin duffers, claiming that autopsy has been released in the toxicology, and it has not been. And
misinformation. Yeah.
I will say that I, as an investigator, was given a copy of the toxicology, not the autopsy. Although I have a set of, I have some photos, but I don't have any determinations. But I do have a copy of toxicology, and what she's putting out there is not correct. But I'm also not saying that because I don't know this determination, because I got to see the autopsy. I'm not saying it's foul play either. People are correlating. Oh, well, he's saying that her saying that there's no drugs in the system means that it's foul play. You can have drugs in your system and not be foul play.
Absolutely, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But what she's saying is incorrect. And the only reason I'm doing it's not the background is because there's no reason to put that misinformation out. And she is doubled and tripled down saying that law enforcement's been the autopsy has been given to law enforcement. I spoke to the lead detective again today. They have not got it. We were hoping it was going to come out today. It'll probably be Monday or Tuesday, but we don't have any advanced copies besides the talks. And so what you're hearing is not accurate. And I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know why she does that. I don't understand. That's crazy. That just hurts.
And it's not right. And she when she finds out. So, but other than that, I can't. Listen. I always try to get as much information as I can, because I think in these cases that it's really important. Especially when the person's still missing, for the information to be out there. But I was hired for a very specific purpose, which is to find out if this was an accident or not an accident. And I'm compiling the data. I'm collecting all the dots, but I can't connect the dots, so I have them all. And there's still some pieces missing. But and I know that people are very, very frustrated with the silence. I get it, because that family did an amazing job with public.
They really did. Riley Strain's family, absolutely incredible.
But they are like, we can't just talk for the sake of talking because they don't have. We're really there's a lot of stuff that listen. I got new surveillance as of last week that had not been seen before. Oh, wow. So there's still new stuff coming in, but we can't. There's nothing to report. I do believe the family's going to talk when those answers are in, but until the autopsy is released, which is taking a lot longer than I think we anticipated, we can't really say.
Right. Yeah. Well, if you ever want to come on and come on our live stream, we can take care of the misinformation.
If they authorize it, I am. So that one, I'm retained, and like I said, the lawyers involved. So, that all has to be. I have to get authority to do that. But I'll just, say the family is not ghosting people. They're not like, oh, thanks for your help, now we're gone. It's just we're waiting, and then I think that they want to talk, and they're grieving, and they're hurting, and miss him. And I've spoken to a lot of his friends, and including the fraternity brothers, and they miss him. And it's like, it's just people are going through a lot,
It's, you look at his mom and him, great relationship. My God, it is so heartbreaking.
When I see her face on TV, it's just like, God, it's I just can't imagine. And then on the phone, you can just hear it through the phone. It's just horrible. And everybody that I've talked to has just been like, this was an amazing kid,
because he had such a great life ahead of him. That's what is so frustrating. Yeah. Real quick, Beth B has a good idea, and I don't know how it would be done, but I understand what you're saying. Beth B said, if law enforcement would select a search team, we could donate directly. There'd be a rush of donations. That's true. I don't know if law enforcement would do that, but that's a great idea, actually. But
it's kind of what I was talking about. Like, I would say that very well could happen. And if that team was put together, I would imagine Chloe would be the leader of that, and it would probably be with law enforcement's cooperation, I guess. Maybe I would say see if Chloe has anything to say in the future. I'm not saying that there is anything.
Right.
There's been discussions, I know, and law enforcement's been involved in those with her. She's leading a possible effort, but yeah, I would say if you're thinking about donating, see if anything comes of that. I don't know if it will. You know, I don't know if it can be done right now.
Yeah, but it is a good idea. So thank you.
Yeah.
And Shiva's Girl says, I really like and admire our guest tonight. Thanks for being here. At Steve Fisher, SF__ investigates. Lee does
She's
have
just hitting on him.
She what?
She's hitting on him, of course.
I know. We got to warn you about Shiva's Girl. She's a little out of control, but we love her. We love her. Lee does have a question about Riley Strain. Are you able to say if the fraternity brothers there that night have finally reached out to Riley's family yet? Can you talk about that or not?
I can say that I've interviewed several of them. I don't know if they've talked to we've kind of like created this kind of like Chinese wall where, because I'm getting a lot of information, the way it was decided to do is I'll compile it in a report and give it to the family. So I'm not giving it to the family in real time. So I'm not finding out if they're hearing from them, because I don't want to know. I don't want like those opinions or what so-and-so said, you know, hearsay.
I am going to stop that there. Stop screen share. Window, we'll put up Sebastian's face here on there. So this is what the case is about. So as for Seth and Christopher Proudfoot, Katie, honestly, they need to get rid of these side people. Well, Seth, he really needs to get rid of that Tony guy. And Christopher and Seth and Katie simply need to work together. That's how it should have been from the start. That's not how it's gone down. This case is truly embarrassing, the way it's what they've shown and what they've become and how they've spoken out. I think I just couldn't imagine my child missing and me acting like a total buffoon on someone's live stream and acting that way. You know, maybe it's just because I'm smart enough to understand that those people are insignificant. You know, all the naysayers are insignificant in my quest for my search for my son, knowing full well, like we're not spring chickens here. They're not spring chickens. You know, if anyone knows anything about the internet, well, maybe they don't. I don't know. Like Seth for sure, I guess maybe not, but whatever. Bottom line is, it is what it is. But I find it a total utter embarrassment that a child is missing and all this bullshit is being played out. Like, here, let's just give out all our dirty laundry to everybody. And that's something that can never go away. But hopefully from all of it, they've learned lessons throughout this. But I mean, how many kids are going to go missing again, right? This is the only child between Katie and Seth. It's their only child. Sebastian's missing. So I know that Steve from SF Investigates is saying that, you know, the Proudfoots are probably doing more than what people think, you know, but still the perception that they've given has not been a good one. It's basically something that you would deem this is not exactly not what to do. Seth started off on the right track. Now his track is going backwards, basically. And sadly, it's like I said, you know, it's a sad case. Sebastian, the poll that I asked you guys, what's your thoughts now on Sebastian Rogers missing? Alive, dead. Pretty much everyone's a good half in this. So let me just say this. There's 100 people on Twitter watching, okay? So obviously they're not the ones typically hitting the vote button. There's 27 only in the It's a Crime and Shame chat on here. So out of the 22 votes, 45% believe that he is dead. And that however he became dead, whether it's he left on his own accord and then somehow tragically something happened to him, you know, again, they know Sebastian. We don't know Sebastian. We only know what we hear. We don't know all the ins and outs of Sebastian's details, etc. We just know this case is weird. A child leaving without their shoes. I don't know. I don't know nothing about autism and stuff and what besides what people say or what you read. but every child's different, right? But I'll tell you, I'd be embarrassed having to see all this stuff play out. I would like to think that Sebastian is still alive. 26 are still confused what happened. Some people still believe that the Proudfoots are involved, and stuff like that. Yeah, it's just what's hard to understand is in this day of digital age and data and cameras and everything like that, why is it that there's nothing to go on, right? I guess faulty cameras aren't seen, it's dark, there's no lights on the road, there's no camera footage available, to deem one way or the other what really happened to Sebastian. Maybe I thought to myself too, Ben, like, did he overhear something? Did he overhear his mom and Christopher talking on the phone, right? Because it's, well, Christopher, he's like on the other end, but depends if she has him on speakerphone or not. But did he overhear something that night, right? And then which propelled him to leave. And if so, it would have had to have been after Katie went to bed if he didn't go out no window, and that it was the front door. It's just it's a very sad case because Sebastian left for a reason. If he left for a reason. I don't believe the Proudfoots have anything to do with his disappearance. I know that it's sketchy if you look at, everything and the words of, well, we would have heard him go out the window. But I mean, if they have proof that he was working, I know that there's a lot of sketchiness there because obviously Sebastian was last seen at the Texas Roadhouse. And Seth has said on this live, as well as probably others after, when I asked him, like, could you make out? I don't know that he was asked that before. But bottom line is he said he couldn't make out with Sebastian. I'm more apt to believe that it was Sebastian, because he said he could see a form. There seems to be, so the neighbor that was speaking, they obviously, like I said, we're having a kumbaya and talking about it because Sweetie Pie Low had talked to the neighbor, and maybe it's the same one, about the lights going out at a certain time, and that everything kind of coincided with, when Katie's kind of like car left, and I don't know why people keep saying 6:20, like JLR, I noticed I kept saying 6 o'clock or 6:20 about the phone call. Like, I don't know, because the guy clearly said the phone call came in. The LE officer said that the phone call came in at 6:33. So if the phone call came in at 6:33, so I don't know where people are getting the 6:20 from. I think it was said 6:28, I want to say, that I remember hearing, but I just remember in the thing, the alley officer said 6:33, and on that, what's that? On that, the audio, scanner audio or whatever, it said 6:33, right? That the time that phone call came in, right? Katie looks around the house, give or take. You're probably talking about 6:05 to 6:10. She hops in her vehicle, drives around the neighborhood, according to the neighbor, like her vehicle comes back. Who knows? But maybe Sebastian did hear something that night, which propelled him to leave. Maybe he was stressed out. Like maybe they were like, it makes you wonder what Katie and Christopher were talking about, and if Sebastian did overhear something, because he obviously wasn't sleeping, and if he overheard something, whether it was to do with Sebastian going to live with his dad. But I don't think that Christopher and Katie would divulge that information. You know, perhaps that's why Katie never ever brought up the phone call. Maybe they were asked not to discuss it, but yet Christopher Proudfoot brought it up. Just the fact that they talked, but they never said whatever that conversation was about. So obviously Ellie would know what they were talking about if they asked them, which they would have asked them. You know, could have been something that Sebastian overheard. So that could very well be a possibility that he did overhear something that was being talked about with him with regards to Katie and Christopher on the phone, not having any idea that maybe Sebastian overheard this, you know, and maybe that propelled him to, you know, want to scoot out of the house. You know, they say that he's very temperamental in certain ways, and, you know, who knows? I'll just pray in this case that Sebastian is alive and out there somewhere. Yes, I would say that's more to the optimistic side, but stranger things have happened. Elizabeth Smart, right? Yeah. It's so hard when there's like literally no footage. No footage. But he must have either heard something or left that home, because he left that home for a reason if he did, right? So it just depends what you want to believe for your timeline. If you want to believe that the Proudfoots had something to do with it and that he got whisked away or transferred over to the Bower Sox or whatever. You know, absolutely, Robin. I'll agree with that. The perception, like, that's just the point. The point is that all the perception that the Proudfoots have shown is, for the most part, that of people that are parents, step parent and parent, that have done strange things to what you would think that a mother would do. She's had every, like, so we've seen her cry a couple times for sure. Okay. But I'm talking about, you know, like one of the things, and it kind of reminds me of Delphi. One of the most things that always enters my head is, like with Abby and Libby, is what they must have been going through at the time that the BG comes up to them, like what the fear, the feeling. You've never really heard that about them talk like that about Sebastian and how he might have felt, you know, or anything like that. It's always about their feelings and or whatever their talk, but never really about Sebastian. Anyways, it's a far cry from anything. So yes, will I judge on that? I will judge. Does it mean they have anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance? No. But I will judge on that, because your child is the most precious gift. And if anyone doesn't realize that, like when you have a child, right, that means that you spread your legs and you willingly either had sex and didn't expect to get pregnant, or unprotected sex or whatever. At the end of the day, you had a child. And that child should be the most precious gift to you. So to not scream from the rooftops and beg for us to be searching, and the way that they've handled it is mind-boggling. And I've heard that said many times, and this way I've always felt. As a mother, your most precious gift is your children, right? Even to, I'll say a father too, but I'm sorry, dads, that child is in us. Yes, you helped create that sucker, but that child is within us. And we're the ones that spend that 10 months that of conceiving that child, creating that bond, feeling that child move in our stomachs, you know, and stuff like that. So I'm not trying to ever take away from a father loving their child, but you guys don't give birth to children. Simple as that. We do. So when they say that there's nothing like a mother's love, that's exactly how people should be acting. But yet there's these pieces of shit out there in the world that take the lives of their own children and stuff like that. But the way Katie has acted, it's a far cry from what I think a parent would act like. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to make excuses for Katie, because this is your one and only child. And you should be begging, pleading, showing your face, crying, showing us those true emotions of somebody that's saying, please help me look for my child. That's what I saw from Seth. I didn't see that from Katie and Christopher. Now, Christopher, I'll give him that hall pass, because honestly, he ain't the most loving person in the world. He knows it. He said it. He doesn't come off showing his emotions. Would you say everyone prays? All three didn't hurt Sebastian. It said CP and Seth were at work. Well, yes. Well, it's not like it's said. It's actually like fact. What if it came out it was KP who's going to pick up pieces of Seth after she's... Well, the thing is, my biggest thing is, yes, Seth is a gullible fool. I will agree with you there. He's definitely getting some life lessons handed to him right now, because he knows that the tides have turned on him. And he probably thinks that, hey, I got this great guy named Tony as my sidekick and he's helping me out. I just think he's a gullible fool myself on this one. First, I was trying to give Tony the benefit of the doubt, but honestly, Tony actually entices people in a sense for more argument. And, it's almost like someone going, like, I'm just here to stop the chaos. Oh, you talking about me? Well, you want to say something to me? Like, meet me outside in 5 and let's, like, that type of thing. And you're just like, wait, what? Thought you were there to, yeah. So I'm not a big fan of his anymore at all. It's like, shoot, Tony, go back to your crane operation that you're doing or whatever. But honestly, Seth and the Proudfoots need to work together. They don't need no Tony in it. They need the police, the LE, and the Proudfoots and Seth working as a unit. Enough embarrassment and stuff like that, on poor Sebastian's case here. It's just, I'm just appalled. I'm sorry, but I can't say this enough. I'm just appalled by the embarrassment that's coming along with this case now. It's making, the cease and desist and stuff like that. It's all just making me, hey, okay, you know what? If this is the way it's going to go, you know what? Keep searching for Sebastian. Barely anyone's going to contribute. Let the, the LE and that, like I said, work on it. But as for trying to get people to keep aiding and assisting, most people don't want to be part of a circus act. They don't mind showing Amber Sebastian's poster, but I don't know. It's just it's highly embarrassing to me, and they should be embarrassed, to be honest with you. I think there's going to be a point where Seth is going to get to, like, wait a second, like, there should come a point, basically, to kick rocks with Tony. Obviously, you could tell with Tony that Seth is basically, it's kind of like feels like he has somebody on his side that's helping him out. So, I mean, it's easier said than done to tell someone like, hey, you know what, you're doing this case more harm, because Seth has made some really bad choices with all this. I don't know why Chloe was really on there, because she never spoke hardly at all on that live. I was expecting to hear her speak a bit, but I guess she was just there. The cursing, the swearing, the attacks and stuff like that. And, like I said, I'll make no bones about it. Christopher Proudfoot, loving every moment of it. You know, like that commercial, is it McDonald's loving every moment of it? He's loving how the tides have turned. You know, he's a narcissist. Of course he is. He loves it. Anyway, hi husband.
Hey.
You asking me when I'm making dinner?
Oh, sure, just do KFC and then let tomorrow.
No, I can make it.
I'm hungry now all of a sudden.
Yeah, I was just gonna get off the live anyway.
Well, I can go get it. KFC, okay.
What do you guys think? My husband's saying, well, I can go to KFC. What do you think, honey? What do you want?
Well, I'm seeing it as KFC is instant food.
Yeah.
This is going to be half hour of waiting for food, and I'm too fat to wait.
KFC it is. Yeah. I was gonna make tacos, but like more like a baked taco thing. But I'll do that. Maybe I'll prepare it tonight. Anyways, that's what I was gonna do. But he's right. By the time I cook it and bake it, it's gonna be about an hour away. Might as well go with the KFC, I suppose, eh? Maybe fall will reveal something. Yeah, you're right, Ben. Maybe drones going up in the fall. I mean, I don't know how many. I mean, there's certain trees, of course, that don't lose their, like pine. I mean, it was February 26th, but I don't know. It's just, I would really love to know what happened to Sebastian. One way or the other, you know? Tell your husband you haven't. Yeah, Robin, this is my third live. I'm actually getting quite tired, to be honest with you. I have to work at 8 o'clock tomorrow. It's Sunday, but I work from home. But still, I haven't told the husband I work at 8 o'clock yet. Last time it was 10. Because I can just imagine going, great, I don't get to sleep in. Hey, I don't bitch about your job. But anyways, I mean, he can still sleep. But anyways, do any of you guys think, just in ask you in chat, do any of you guys think that Sebastian overheard something that night? And that's what propelled him to leave, that he heard something? You know, whether it was about his move to his dad's? Do you guys think that possibly just actually happened? Good night, Angel. Yes, you're right. Probably about that, Ben. He probably is headed for a breakdown. You know, I'm never going to take away from Seth's authenticity of his search for his son, Sebastian. I won't take away. I don't like what he has done. You know, I mean, again, he's the one making those calls and choices. And life, it's just a bunch of lessons, isn't it? You know, it's just hard when you're talking about a missing child, and then by the same token, you're watching this drama come out. And I'm no Christopher Proudfoot fan, you know, and, you know, I'm not a fan of how, you know, Christopher Proudfoot, I get his personality. I'm still not a fan of it. Seth, like I said, I feel like I'm proud of his genuineness and authenticity in his search for his son. But kind of like Christopher started off early with, well, if you keep taking things personally and you make some of these YouTube creator friends for help, and then they act like you're your best friend. Hey, I'm just going to text Seth over here, you know, and da-da-da. And then tides turn, and then stuff like T-Rev talking about the gun thing. But I held it close to my vest, and stuff like that. Well, that just shows you right there, you know, that a good person doesn't need to do that. A good person will put that into the LE and let them know about it. But I kind of think that it was a pretty low blow to put that out on the live about that, and then sit there and was like, but I held it close to my vest, type of thing. But now that our friendship is gone south, or let me just tell you that private stuff that I kind of held back. But now let me just air the dirty laundry. Why? Because his ego was hurt. Because it becomes about egos, right? Something maybe about Faith being there, and he had to go to his dad's. Well, Christopher Proudfoot didn't want Sebastian around. Faith, it seems. Basically, that's when he was at his dad's. Definitely feel like it was more lenient. He could have just sneaked out for quiet time. Could have, and honestly, could have went and played with some of those Tonka toys. I mean, what do you guys think too about, like Max jumping into the water? That he just splashed into the water, like literally dove right in the water. What do you think about that? Because if that dog dove into the water, Sebastian could just be out there and been missed. Sebastian just could be in those woods and been missed. I personally won't be surprised if someday we hear that Sebastian's been found in the woods somewhere and he was missed. I won't be surprised at all, to be honest with you. Mm-hmm. I don't make excuses for bad behavior. We've all done it, and Seth has done a lot of bad behavior. That's no excuse, right? We're all still in charge. So at the end of the day, you have choices to make, and we're all responsible for those choices. We're in the midst of talking about a missing child, and during that time, he has told people fuck off. He has went on one of I can't remember whose name it was, Clemenati's or no, it was Smiley's World, where he went off again. And said that like there's no excuse for that. Like it's like if somebody's child died and that person 3 years later or whatever still wants to be rude ass about things or whatever. I just don't have excuse for ignorant behavior. I don't care what the circumstances are. Is that, if people are trying, like, do you know what I mean? He put himself in those shoes. Nobody else did. But I just don't excuse like ignorant or bad behavior. Not that I'm perfect and haven't done it. I have, of course. But on this level, not even close, Yeah. Well, see, I can't really blame sometimes this. Like, I mean, idiots married Christopher Proudfoot 5 times. Is like, because for me, I didn't recognize that I didn't even have a clue. I didn't even think that being a giving person and, caring about people would draw in narcissistic personalities or the abusers. I never even thought that like, I didn't look at people that way. I didn't even know that those type of personalities existed until I met a full-on narcissistic personality that was like 450 pounds online, like, meaning he was. And he acted like he was like a freaking 10. And yet I had no clue, because I'm just like in your head, you're just like, what the hell? Like, this guy, honestly, like, with the way you talk and whatever, you're a freaking zero. I don't give a shit if you're 200 pounds or 500 pounds, you know? And so I'm sitting there thinking, well, this person has issues. And then I realized, like, and it took me a lot of searching on the internet to realize that there was all these borderline personality disorders, ADHD. I knew about ADHD, but I didn't know about ADHD. But there was all these different personalities, you know, gaslighting and all this different stuff. And I was trying to figure out what the heck he was. Well, in searching that stuff, I came to realize a lot about myself and how I draw in. Like, I didn't realize my little pheromones were going, you know, hey, you little freaking takers, you know, like, here I'm just putting my feelers on. Like, I'm just genuinely always just from my heart trying to help people when I can, eh? And then I didn't realize that attracted certain personalities. So once I realized so Katie might be at that spot where she has no freaking clue. It's like, oh, here, you know, like, let me put it this way. I can see Seth being a jerk easily, okay? I can see Christopher Proudfoot being a jerk easily. They both have these flapper mouths type of idea. So I can see them both being jerks, to be honest with you. Hey, and if that's, like I said, if there's something that seems to draw Katie to those personalities, you know, like that she likes those more of abrasive type ones or whatever, you know, or mouths of sailors, because maybe she's one herself, who knows. Then, like I said, I just happened to recognize I wouldn't have, had I not been searching about what his issues were, to realize that I'm the one thinking like that these freaking like my ex-husband, he was a total procrastinator, right? It's like I'm doing everything in my power to, like, here, let me build your credit for you. You obviously don't know how to pay bills on time. Let me help you, and let's do this, you know. And it's kind of like, no matter what, I always take on that mother hen role, you know, because it's kind of like, you know, I was just always like that. Like, here, I'll do that. Don't worry about it. I got that. No problem. Let me take care of that, you know? And meanwhile, I didn't realize, like, I didn't think nothing about it besides I was just being like the good wife or good person, just taking on stuff so that they didn't have to deal with it. Didn't realize fucking I attracted like magnets, you know? I mean, everyone has issues. Everyone. It's just a matter how deep some of them are. But I didn't realize I was attracting the narcissistic leeches. Like, there was, like, I remember with my ex-husband, I just want to say this, like, I don't know how many times I had to say, there, it's okay. You know, just have a leap of faith. You know, like, I was always the glass is half full. And it really is tiresome dealing with these people that have the glass is half empty. I'm not going to lie. There is so many people that look at a glass as half empty instead of half full. And I find it very draining, because I'm just like, well, fuck, here's a rope. Go kill your own self, eh? I mean, if life is that miserable and that's how you want to see it every day. Oh, he can be a jerk off too, you know. But I mean, I can't say I'm precious, but he's got his British stubborn side. He can be. My husband, he needs to learn to say he's sorry. He needs to know that word. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Instead of, I'm sorry that you can admit that I was right, Sonny. Yeah. I would like my husband to understand it's okay to say sorry when you're in the wrong. No, but he would actually have to think he was wrong is the problem. But that's an older, wiser. So I'm the older, wiser version of a Cancer. He's a male Cancer, you know, you know. But he's a good one. My husband's a good one, you know. Albeit he definitely has changed since his brothers moved in here. I'll give him that much. He definitely has changed, and not for the good, you know. Hey, Twit from Twitter tweeting. Hey, Charmaine. Hey, girl. Hey, girl. Hey, she's out gallivanting around. What is it today? You still in Kelowna? I don't think Katie's innocent either. It's been said she's... Yeah, no, Katie's not no innocent person either. My take on Katie is that she's a more of a self-absorbed person. And I'm just basing that on what the stuff that Seth did say about her. You know, like there has to be truth somewhere. We don't know somebody's issues or whatever, but it didn't seem like Sebastian was her first priority in a sense. That's funny. That you're going to bed. She's the one. Yeah, I don't understand that myself. Honey, are you going now?
Well,
What?
I'm in a dilemma.
Well, what's your dilemma?
Because I don't know what I want, so you might just get a surprise of food.
What do you mean? You know, what do you mean? Like what?
Either a pasta from Domino's, or a pizza, or it could be KFC. So you got any preference, or I'm just going to surprise you with something?
I just don't want Indian food.
No, it won't be Indian. It's too far.
Okay, surprise me then.
Or another Chinese.
Ooh, I love Chinese. I'll take Chinese again.
Do Chinese?
Yeah, I'll do Chinese. Because then we get our prawn crackers.
The rice. Yeah, okay, I'll do Chinese then.
Chinese. So, and no offense against Indian food, but I only like it once in a while. But if I had it as many times as my husband eats Indian food, like the whole tzatziki and stuff like that, like it's good, don't get me wrong. But that's more like something that I like to have once a month or 2 months, not every other week. It's like, let's get Indian. Like, don't get me wrong, guys. I like naan bread just like anyone and stuff like that. But because they're from the UK, that Indian food was at their doorstep. So they're used to that stuff. So they kind of think of those type of things when they're ordering certain things. But hey, there's a Chinese thing over here. Yeah, don't get, like I said, I like Indian. It's just it's I like certain things as treats every once in a while. Tacos I can have many times. Chinese I can have more than Indian for sure. But again, it's all about doses for me. You know. Has anyone heard the next steps for the search? No, not at all, to be honest with you. Most of that stuff, if anything, is more private, I'm sure, what's going on because of all the freaking drama and crap that was going on. No idea where Katie's family is. I didn't see that's stuff that I don't necessarily deep dive into and stuff like that. If I don't feel like it's adding value to the case, I don't know. You know. Oh wait, Katie's family. Wasn't her mom in jail? Don't know. Robin C, I wish we knew what she was like before. She might just be strange. Yeah, absolutely agree. CJK, all I hear is Seth saying he's been driving around looking for places. Honestly, Seth worked his ass off looking for his son. There's a point where you have to look around and go, holy F, look at all this stuff that I would have to search. Right? Like, I can understand, someone searching for the first little bit, but after a while, like I said, yes, having searches having people help, was like searching over places, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. I think Sebastian, what do you guys think actually? Do you guys think that Sebastian is within a 5-mile radius of his home? Let's just say yes or no to that question. Is Sebastian, do you guys believe that Sebastian is about 5-mile radius from his home within that sector? Don't pay attention to that either, Angel. Sorry, my bad. I haven't been able to keep up with all that stuff. Yeah. Well, again, like we have to use our brains, right? I mean, come on. Like, even I couldn't sit there and keep going out searching every day as much as I wanted to. It's not realistic. But to sit there and try to do something, to whether it's talk to the news, put myself out there, to make sure that my son's name stays out there and stuff like that. Like, there's multiple ways of doing stuff. I think that's kind of where the Proudfoots feel like that they've been doing. But it's not just about that. It was about the whole perception of how they came across. Going onto a YouTube channel as your first time instead of going on to like a national news channel. That's just ridiculous, to be honest with you. No offense towards the Duchess, of course, on that. But honestly, who thinks to, let me just pop on a YouTube channel? Wouldn't even cross my mind, even as a creator. Like, as a creator, I would use my platform to help. I'd talk to other, put out the information as a creator. But if I wasn't a creator and had no clue, like Seth, who didn't, I wouldn't be sitting there going, let me just pop on YouTube channels at first. Wouldn't even be my first thought. It'd be like national news. You want everyone in their household to see it. Not, okay, here's 5K. Let's get that first thing out of there. That just was strange. And it just got stranger from there on, to be honest with you. No, you're right. Probably. No, you're probably right. That wouldn't be such a good idea now, would it? Never really thought about that too much, Angel, but you're probably right on that one. I just think it's too bad that, Seth has gone through this pissy mode and closed down his GoFundMe when he did, and things have played out because he did really have supportive people behind him, and it's all basically come crashing down. So my thing is this: if you're going to donate to the actual searchers that donate to, EquiSearch, people that are working on the case, donate to someone like them, or donate to the actual searchers of the community, like in the LE, donate to their search efforts and stuff like that in search for Sebastian. Yeah, the surrounding areas were searched, right? But Robin, I can't help it. I always want to bring up Nicola Bully's case when we talk about searches and how much somebody can be missed in a smaller area than Sebastian's, and how someone can totally be missed by drones and all that stuff. Like, in your brain, you're like, how does somebody go missing in this freaking little weir and you can't find them? And some medium finds her body 3 weeks later. Her body was not thrown and tossed in there and somebody murdered her or something like that. No, she fell in, accident, probably tripped over her dog's leash, hit her head, or water shock, whatever. But how do they not find someone in that small area? Drones, dogs, searchers, specialist searchers, you know, everything underneath the sun, dogs. They couldn't find Nicola Bully. So this area of Sebastian's is a vast, big difference compared to Nicola Bully's case. So could Sebastian have been missed? Absolutely. Absolutely. And that will never leave my mind. I'm just trying to understand this hurdle of a child leaving, not being seen on camera, making it, say, down to the retention pond, and then disappearing off into God knows where. It's just hard in your head to think that that could have happened, but yet that could be exactly what happened, you know? Yeah, when they searched the surrounds, they were calling his name. It wasn't well, I mean, I don't know, like they were asking people to search their yards, you know. Oh, I thought that retrial was denied. Angel, I thought that for some reason I thought that retrial was denied. I thought I seen. Because I remember going, Probably the best person I like listening to Seth on was Pascal's show. Yeah, that's true, isn't it? I think he did. I think it was Pascal that got him hooked up with Tony. I do believe you're right on that one. Yeah, well, the only thing is that it's too little, too late. The only saving grace here I see is if Seth and Christopher and Katie work together and become united. Or some of the YouTubers that like the drama might not like that, but they'll create drama, I'm sure, on that one anyway. But Seth and Katie and Chris, they just simply need to ignore the drama shit. What people are saying, good or bad, it doesn't matter. Like this whole cease and desist, again, an utter joke. You ignore that stuff, okay? People can say hurtful shit. You're not going to fix the world with a band-aid by sitting there trying to go like, oh, you can't talk, and stuff like that. Didn't do himself any favors. In the midst of everything going on, he just keeps adding to the plate of, wrong direction. And I think that it won't be long coming before, Tony will be taking a hike himself, not because he wants to, but because Seth tells him to go take a hike. It's only going to last so long, before someone usually realizes, like, the people are speaking and they don't really like you too much. And I get it if somebody's going, well, I don't care what they like. And that's Seth, right? Well, I don't care what they like. This is my child. I'll do what I need from it. Well, with that then comes the repercussions of association then. And he does need some good counseling advice. Yeah, he doesn't know how to chain his inner anger. Instead, it just comes out in implosions. Yeah, I don't honestly, like, Trevor Lee was on our live that one night. I don't really know much. I haven't actually followed what Trevor Lee has been doing for. I know that he's been working on Sebastian's case, and his intentions are good. But I don't know enough about Trevor Lee and what he's been doing. I just never, again, there's certain things I don't get into, just because, right, I can only handle so much time in a day to follow things and watch things. But working now, it's like, it's few and far. I try to do my nightly thing with some things, and then I always watch Monkey BB, little Monkey BB. Adjourned till Monday. Adjourned. If you guys don't watch Monkey BB, it's so cute. It's called Monkey BB. It's a little monkey that's like a little person, and he's so smart. And I know, okay, you have to watch subtitles, but I don't care about the subtitles. I listen to whatever it is. I think it's like Vietnam or whatever it is, whatever it is. Anyways, it's just watching little BB sitting there with his little fork and eating. You know what? It's my thing lately that I watch is little, like I've been watching it for a while now, but it's my little thing that I like to watch because true crime is heavy. I don't want to spend every ounce of my day after dealing with problems, because that's exactly what I do is customer service, which is, always to deal with fixing things. It's very draining. I will say that. Like, it's not hard. It's just draining. So that's why, hence, I don't really look at messages. I don't really check much. I just kind of want to pass out after my brain stops hurting from all the problem solving of the day, which makes me very tired. And then when I do look at my iPad, it's honestly, I'm looking at what's going on with Sebastian, or any other case. Today we found out that Rachel Morin, her murderer, has been captured, thankfully. And then I watch Monkey BB. You need calming. Whoop. Oh, somebody's getting tired. What do you think my husband's going to bring me? Oh, right, Chinese. That's what it was. Duh. Hello. When Trevor talks about it, it's not Seth. It's about Tony. I think that's interesting. Well, when Trevor talks about it, it's not Seth. It's about Tony. I think him and Seth need to talk without Tony. They both need Sebastian. Well, really, I don't really feel like Seth had good people around him. He just didn't realize it. And as Seth keeps saying, it's my son. It's my son. Da-da-da-da-da. I think he got mixed up in the whole drama, got mixed up with all that stuff. No, I haven't, Angel. I did. Okay, hold on. 1 second. I keep yawning all of a sudden now because I'm getting tired. Have you been keeping up? Well, this live is over 4 hours. Dang it. Plus the other 2 I did. Have you been keeping up with Karen Reed? No. I mean, I know what the case is about, but I haven't been keeping up with what's really going on. Can you give me the gist really quick? Like, is it anyone in here guilty or innocent for Karen Reed that watches it? I was watching, which is the guy with the tattoo on his face, the smiley face. I was watching that jerk off. What's his name? I was watching some of that trial. Yeah, I just don't have time to keep up with all this stuff. Usually the stuff right now I want to keep up with is you can't. Well, I'm just wondering if the perception is that Karen Reed did something, or is she innocent? Like, is she being framed? Do people feel she's being framed, or that she's lying, like that she's guilty? Yeah. Well, Angel, do you think she's being framed? Just curious. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, party cups. Yeah, those red party cups. I mean, I get it, right? I get it, like being resourceful, but it kind of makes it look like a shit show when it's like, Yeah, let's just scoop the blood into this party cup. Some for this party cup. Oh, let's put some in this party cup. And stuff like that. I mean, it's nothing funny, but in my head, I was like, really? All I could picture was those red party cups, right? That somebody went to their house so that they could use, like, yeah, probably not the wisest decision there to make. Okay, I'm going to keep yawning. This is a third live today on there. So I'm sorry guys, I'm really tired now. At 7 o'clock, I gotta work tomorrow early. Well, when I say early, like 8 o'clock's early on a Sunday, right? Thanks. So lately I've just been trying to do some lives on the Saturday because yesterday I was like so tired and not feeling that great, and I had a doctor's eye appointment, and it was like 2 minutes, like don't blink, don't blink, don't blink, thank you, don't blink, don't blink, thank you. Oh, you're done now. Oh, okay, thanks. So I said, oh, well, what's my second eye appointment then in July? Oh, that's the one where, I'm like, why do I not recall making these appointments? I feel like that they made these appointments for me for a year later, and I just don't recollect them. But I mean, eyes are an important thing. I kind of like to see, because I have diabetes, diabetes too. So eyes are kind of an important thing. Yeah, you guys, prayers for Rachel Morin. Prayers, of course, for Sebastian Rogers, Summer Wells. I'll say Suzanne Morphew as well on there. And God, I'm trying to remember the 4 names on my freaking live here. Madeline Soto. Sorry, that was one I was forgetting. Madeline Soto. Such a tragedy, true crime. I really struggle always with true crime because it's very heavy on the heart, and it's not what I think I was ever gonna do was go, oh yeah, let me just be in true crime. It's like the farthest thing from something I would have been picked for myself. It would have been something totally artistic or something, or I don't know. Oh, and don't forget, if anyone didn't watch, I did the DNA, like the second live. No, the second live was my older sister, Satan, who was best friends with Heather Barker, and then 2 decades later, you'd have to know the story behind it, but they found out that my older sister, and Heather were actually half sisters, that they were actually sisters. Because my older sister, anyways, we can go watch live if you want to know that. Anyways, yes, rest in peace, guys. Yeah, on there. Yeah, you guys take care. Hope you guys have a good Sunday. Thanks for joining. Yeah, wasn't that wild? It's like the whole point of that is, the fact of in life, either you can look at it like it's not set out on a course. To me, I think of it differently. I think that we have kind of like a chosen path, but we can change the course of that path along the way. But here, my older sister, like I said, if you know the story behind it, we found out when we were 12, and she was like, well, hold on, she's a year and a half older, so she was like 14, so maybe I was 13 at the time. If she says she was 15, that would make more sense. When my mom basically said to her during an argument that our dad is not her dad. So like most people, they start wondering, well, who their real parent is. So bottom line is my mom thought there was 2 men my mom apparently had slept with. Little hoe that she was. Yeah. Anyways, so in saying that, the first guy that she told my sister, who she thought was the father but wasn't sure, was this one guy that owns a store, a carpet store, and he rejected my sister to even want to have anything to do with her. He wouldn't take her as that this could be his daughter, nothing. I remember when me and my twin sister went down to talk to him, and he basically said, nope, don't want to talk about it. I don't want anything to do with it. I got a life, basically, boof, go away. Okay. So he ended up not being the father. So my mom said, well, there's one other person, but I just only remember his first name. Anyways, what are the chances that my sister Paula, for 20 years, is best friends with this girl Heather, and that her father is Paula's father, and they end up being sisters? When you see them, they actually look alike. It's crazy how life works. So I live in Vancouver, Canada. There's like millions of people that live here. So what are the chances that we lived here, we move away, we move back down to BC, and then out of all this whole 3 point whatever million people that live here, that these two become best friends. And then 2 decades later, they realize that they're actually sisters, and that the dad she was searching for. The sad part is, the sad part here is that my mom died before she knew that Paula did find her dad, or that his friend was. My mom died in 2015. She always wanted Paula to find who that father was, because she only remembered his name was Rick, but that's all she could remember. Then my uncle Bob, I do have an uncle Rick, had said, oh, you mean Rick Barker, the one that grandma, would be our grandma, his mom, chased down the stairs with a frying pan. That would be my grandma. She's a feisty thing, she was. My grandma's husband got killed on job. His vehicle exploded. His truck exploded. Like propane. The propane exploded in his truck. I think he was a delivery guy for mail or something like that. I can't remember. Something like that. Anyways, so my grandma, feisty, she raised her 4 children and never remarried. Never remarried. All those years, she just never remarried. So my mom was very feisty as well. But she would have liked to have, it depends on how you look at things. But anyways, bottom line is, the father of Paula, my sister, he died as well. So he never got to know that he had another daughter. My mom never got to know that Paula found her father, and that her best friend was actually her sister on there. So it depends on how you look at, God, how you look at, if you believe things happen and that they're planned, and stuff like that. To me, that is a story so crazy that what are the chances that her best friend for 20 years is literally her sister? Or was that divine intervention on that? It just really depends on how you look at that stuff. Me personally, I'm not afraid to say that, through my own experience, I know there's another side. I know we can communicate. And I know that through my own experience, and I don't give a shit if nobody believes me, or if they do or don't. Go ahead and die and figure it out yourself, type of thing. But I would like to hope that if I could give someone a little bit of hope, or understanding, that we just don't stop here, and that we do see our loved ones again, then so be it. And if I impact nobody, so be it. Don't really give a shit, but I just know I'm not afraid to die whatsoever. In fact, I look forward to that day. And so for me, it's like, I already know that my mom and her dad, it's not, they already know, even if they're not here, they already know. Again, people never used to talk about this stuff, including myself. But honestly, I don't give a shit. If somebody takes away from it a little bit of hope out of it, even if I've had my own experience and you haven't, if I could give somebody that little bit of hope to know that there is, you know, but sometimes people just need to experience it themselves. But I'll tell you one thing, and this one will always, if you believe in God, then I would like to think that you believe that there's more than just these little tunnels of our body. And I'm not going to sit here and go, oh yeah, I went to church and I was, you know, thumping a Bible around and stuff like that. Didn't care. Don't care about that. To me, God is exactly what it is. God is love. People, you're here for lessons. I already know what my purpose is here on earth. And my purpose was always just to be kind and help people. It's what I do. It's what I'm good at. I know that's my mission for my purpose here, you know, and people can take whatever they want. Everyone has their own little mission. Maybe you're a dickhead this lifetime and you were really nice last lifetime. Who knows? Who knows? It's just however you look at something, you know. I would just like, again, you know, if somebody takes something from it one day and says, thank you, you know, for letting me know, or it heals somebody in a certain way, then that's what I care about. Because I won't know who I've impacted, but I'll just know that regardless, when I'm dead, I'll be fine with who I was as a person. And I'll be fine dying because I'm not actually scared because of that knowledge, to be honest with you. But anyways, that was my I don't usually preach, but sometimes I do. But it's really hard because that topic in itself, even when Simon Cowell, I was watching this documentary, this interview he did, even when he was talking about it, he's like me. It's kind of like you hesitate a little bit because some people roll their eyes and say, yeah, whatever. But I honestly don't give a shit. Someone wants to think that you just turn into a big ball of shit after you die, you know, then so be it, right? But it's a hard topic because it's one, you don't like things that you're told never to talk about is like religion, you know, taxes, and there's something else, whatever, politics, right? Those are the three things that you should not talk about. But honestly, I don't give a shit anymore, to be honest with you. Had my experience. If it can impact somebody else, to let them know that your loved ones are around you, just talk to them. You know, if you're open, so be it. If you're not, great, stay closed, close the door, and, you know, think what you want. I don't care. But for the people that do have an open mind, honestly, if it wasn't for my own experience, I would be second guessing everything, but I don't anymore. And something like my sister's case here, to me, is just something so, just, you know what I mean? Like, there's no way that this was just a by chance thing, you know, like, oh, you know, 20 years we've been friends and, oh my God, that's my dad. Like, there's just no way. There's a higher power. Absolutely. That's just crazy. That's the reason why I showed that story. It's not because I like my sister, because I really don't. I think she's what I call Satan. I think that she's got some very evil shit. So my sister Paula, she must have came down to be an evil shit this life. So maybe in a previous life she was an angel or something. I don't know. On there. But anyways, that was on the live before that. And the first live was about Rachel Morin. Okay. I'm sure my food's going to be here soon. Chinese food. It was a pleasure having you guys, talking with you guys. Thank you, Twitter people out there, for watching. Thank you guys in YouTube land for watching. Facebook can kiss my butt. They got all these freaking rules and stuff going on. I could care less on there. I just seen them put something up with Facebook, and I'm just like, come on. I'd have to actually care about you enough on there. But anyways, you guys all have a great night. God bless. Take care.
A Norfolk night, the world is cold. We stand surrounded, we are not alone. Within my reverie, there's only